Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Beacon House School System, the organizer of School of Tomorrow events, I would like to welcome you to Guardians of the Future, the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events. The non-profit School of Tomorrow event series was launched by Beacon House in 2000 as a part of its CSR, and to help inform the directions of the organization while also engaging global communities in conversations shaping the future of schools and societies. My name is Gida Naveed, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you today to this live session at the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events for the session Highly Effective Teens, Guardians of the Future. In order to formally start today's event, we would like to thank UBL for its continued support for School of Tomorrow over the past many years. Once again, UBL is our main sponsor for the 15th edition. Other sponsors include My Backpack, MK Books, Paramount Books, and PTCL. Lastly, we also thank Google and the Google team who are here with us today as partners and speakers. Before proceeding any further, I would like to share some important instructions to ensure smooth execution of the event. Please remember to turn your cell phones on silent. Please note that the emergency exit is towards my right. And most importantly, stay calm and follow the directions as informed. At any time, if you need any assistance, ushers are available. If you have any questions, kindly note them on the flashcards available with the ushers. After 45 minutes, the panel discussion will come to an end, and the last 15 minutes will be used for question and answer. Our honorable and prestigious guest for today is Mr. Sean Covey. I would like to introduce our honorable interview panel. We have with us Abdul Hadi Khan, Amar Bilal, and Hawa Hamid. Okay, over to the students now.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I am Abdul Hadi Khan. I have matriculated from Sanjay Nagar Public Education Trust School and I am now studying at Government College University Lahore.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Amar Ahmed Bilal. I am an IBDP learner at Beacon House, Gulberg campus. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Hawa Hamid and I am from Beacon House Liberty Campus, Lahore. It is an honor to welcome you all and our guest, Mr. Sean Covey, who has joined us online. Good morning, Mr. Covey. Mr. Sean Covey is the president of Franklin Covey Education and is devoted to transforming education throughout the world through the use of principle-centered leadership approach. Not only that, but Mr. Sean Covey also oversees Franklin Covey's whole school transformation process called Leader in Me, which is now in over 4,000 schools and 50 countries throughout the world, including Beacon House. Mr. Sean Covey is also a New York Times best-selling author and has written several books, including The 6 Most Important Decisions You'll Ever Make, The 7 Habits of Happy Kids, and most importantly, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, which has been translated, might I add, into 20 different languages and has sold over 8 million copies worldwide. So, Mr. Sean, to start off, I'd like to ask a question that has been at the forefront of my mind for quite some time. How is it that you actually came about to figure out these 7 habits in the first place?
Okay. Well, hello, everybody. It's really good to be with you. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. So good morning. It's late evening where I'm at right now. I'm having a speech at midnight, which is awesome. So my father is Stephen R. Covey. And years ago, he wrote this book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And it was an international bestseller. It was the best-selling business book of all time. It did just really, really well. And so when I read it, I remember thinking I was younger then. I remember thinking, boy, these habits are so powerful. Being proactive, that means, taking responsibility for your life. Beginning with the end in mind is having a clear plan and a goal for your life. Sharpen the saw is habit 7, which means you have a body, heart, mind, and a soul. You've got to take care of all 4 parts of yourself. When I read the book, I thought, wow, this is so powerful. I wonder if I could make it come alive for teenagers. At the time, I was an American football player and had the opportunity to speak to a lot of teenagers all the time. And so that was on my mind. And so I took these habits and I thought, I'm going to apply them to the teenage experience, all the things they have to deal with, like school and dealing with friends and dealing with addictive substances and how to get along with parents and so forth, boyfriends and girlfriends, all that stuff. And so that's what I did. And I took these powerful habits and I applied them to teenagers. And I had hundreds of teenagers that I got involved with me that I would have read chapters and share stories to make it come alive for them. So that's how I ended up writing the 7 Habits for Teens.
Yes, Mr. Kavi, that is truly inspirational. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Yeah, so Mr. Kavi, I hope that you are doing well. So my question is, it is never too late to be what you might have been, says George Eliot. So do you believe that the adults who might not have gotten the opportunity to develop these habits may develop them now?
Well, I agree with you. I think it's never too late to start. And whether you learn these habits when you're young or old, I think it's always a good time. The best time to plant a tree is 7 years ago. And the best next time is now, right? We teach the 7 habits now to kids as young as 5 years old, and we've been amazed to see that kids understand these habits. They can get it because, unlike adults, sometimes they don't have things to unlearn. They just know intuitively that these are correct principles. But if you haven't gotten these habits until you're older, that's okay too. I try to live the habits. I probably do them 80% of the time, but the other 20% I'm trying. These habits are hard. I remember growing up in my home. My father is the creator of the 7 habits. He was always trying to teach us these principles behind the habits. So, for example, if I'd come home from school and I'd say something like, "Oh, Dad, I'm gonna flunk my algebra class. It's because of my teacher. He's the worst." My father would always take me aside and sit me down and say, "Hey, Sean, check out your language. You're talking about flunking math and you're blaming it on your teacher. That's being a victim. And if you have a problem with your teacher, go talk with your teacher. Don't talk about him." And I'd say, "Oh, I'm 16 years old," and I'm thinking, "Dad, you're crazy. Where's Mom?" And then I would go and talk with Mom, and she would let me blame other people for my problems. But I was taught these habits at a young age when I was in my teenage years. But I learned these habits, and I saw that they worked. Each of these habits is important. So, for example, one of the habits is seek first to understand, then to be understood. This is habit 5. And my father was really good at modeling this. So he was a very good listener. I remember him oftentimes sitting down and I would be complaining or talking about something. He'd sit down and just really listen thoroughly to my needs. And I could feel understood. And so that made all the difference in my life, just to feel my father understands me. And so these habits were being modeled at a young age. But I would just say, even if you're an older adult and you have kids, these habits are powerful, and this is a methodology to get better. The 7 habits are based on an inside-out approach. It starts with you. Start with yourself. Develop some security by being proactive and getting your end in mind very clear and putting first things first. And then, and only then, are you more capable of getting along well with other people, which is the public victory, thinking win-win, seeking first to understand, and synergizing. So it's never too late to start, but I think it's always really good to start young if you can.
Hello. So I suggest all the people here to learn these habits and develop them.
Mr. Kavi, in today's fast paced world, teenagers have to juggle between a lot of different things, ranging from academics to extracurriculars, friends, families, relationships. And the attainment of balance in these tumultuous times of teenage can be seemingly impossible. My question to you is, which of the 7 habits do you think is the most important in fostering balance in a teenager's life?
Yeah, good question. Well, I think of all the habits that help with balance. I mean, habit 7 is about balance. So think about a car, right? A car has 4 tires. And if one tire is flat or even low on air, what will happen is all the other tires will also wear unevenly. And so you think about, you've got a body, a heart, a mind, and a spirit, 4 sides to you. Physical body, your mental mind, your heart, this is relationships. Your soul, I refer to things that inspire you. Where do you get your motivation and what's deep inside you that way? But all 4 of these are like 4 tires on a car, and you've got to keep them balanced. And you got to keep them all with the proper air, because if one is out of balance, sometimes teenagers can, for example, go so hard in school, trying to get the best possible grades and take the most advanced placement classes and do concurrent enrollment with colleges, and that's fine. I encourage going hard in school, but if you do it at the neglect of like relationships, um, that's in the end is going to hurt you. Or if you neglect your physical body and just don't take care of yourself, over time it'll catch up to you eventually. And I know this is easier said than done, because I struggle sometimes with balancing everything. So you do the best you can, but you always got to remember you've got 4 parts to you, and all 4 are important. My father, growing up, I remember several occasions, like I'm one of 9 kids in my family. So I had 8 brothers and sisters, and sometimes one of us would like get ahead academically, and people would say, well, do you want to skip a grade? Do you want to go from 5th grade to 7th grade? And my father was really wise, and he'd always say, you know what, the social emotional development is probably more important than academic development. So no, don't skip a year, because you want to develop emotionally at a good pace, at a good clip. And so he taught me the importance of that the heart side, the relationships is so important. Social emotional learning how to get along well with other people, how to make and keep friends is so vital. And for those of you in the audience that are older, you know full well that your ability to get along with other people, to resolve issues, to think creatively with others, to appreciate differences is so absolutely necessary in today's work environment. And it's just as important, if not more important, than reading, writing, and math and science. So nothing wrong with those. Those are important too. But your social, emotional, people, relationship skills is vital as well. So all 4 parts need to be exercised. And on your body, you need to exercise, take good care of yourself, try to eat well. Spiritually, your soul, just whatever it is that motivates you. Everyone does this as kind of a private area. Some people get out into nature. Some people read inspiring literature. Some people read sacred literature. Some people pray. Some people meditate. But keeping that side of you sharp as well. So do the best you can, teenagers, because it's hard. And sometimes you have seasons of imbalance where you have to go for a couple of weeks really hard, and that's okay. But over time, you've got to keep all four sides in balance. That's what it means to sharpen the saw.
Thank you, Mr. Kavi.
Yeah, so Mr. Kavi, my question is, there exists a comparison between the education systems of the first world countries and the third world countries. So, do you believe that these seven habits are flexible enough to be incorporated in any of the educational system?
Yes, these are really good questions. You guys are smart. So very, very good question. Yes, I do. I think these habits are flexible. We have a program called The Leader in Me. There's a lot of schools in Pakistan that are doing Leader in Me, and in India, and in China, and in Europe, and in Latin America, and in wealthier countries, first world countries, and third world countries. And the Leader in Me teaches the seven habits and other leadership skills, and we do it with kindergartners, first, second, third grade, all the way up to 12th graders, and it works really well everywhere because the seven habits are based on principles. Okay, so I'm holding up this pen right here. If I drop this pen, it's predictable, right? It falls to the ground because of gravity. Gravity is a principle. And if I'm there in Pakistan and drop this, same thing would happen. Well, in like manner, there are principles that govern relationships and human effectiveness. So the seven habits are based on these principles, and this is why they work so well. So, for example, habit 4 is called think win-win. And it means that I care about me and I care about you. It's a habit of mutual benefit. That's a principle. The principle is mutual benefit. We both matter. Okay? Habit 6 is called synergize. It's the principle of differences and valuing differences and how that can be an advantage, not something to be afraid of. These are principles. Habit 7, we just talked about it, is the principle of renewal. So that's the correct principle. It governs. It's like gravity. My phone has a compass on it, and if I turn it on, it will point to true north. Where north is. Okay, so there it is. That's north right here. And you've got north in your country. Your compass is going to point north. It's true. That's like principles. They're always right. They won't lead you astray. And so, yes, I think the seven habits work well in any country, rich or poor, modern or developing, because they're based on these timeless principles.
Yeah, so you mean to say that these seven habits are like seven principles?
That's a good way of saying it. Yes, they're like seven principles.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
And the Leader in Me program you just mentioned, it's been adopted by the Beacon House Group as well, and it's working pretty well.
Oh, that's great to hear. Good job.
Uh,
That's awesome.
Mr. Kavi, a major social flaw which has inflicted our society is the lack of tolerance and the lack of the will to coexist. There are growing divisions based upon race, religion, gender, and socioeconomic status. My question to you is, how can the seven habits be used to promote and foster an environment of coexistence between different wavelengths?
Yes. Well, that's a really good question again. Very good questions. The Seven Habits is designed to do that very thing. See, my father, when he developed these, basically think about what he did. He's a professor, right? And he's at a university, and he starts to study why are some people really happy and successful and effective and others aren't? And then why are certain organizations effective and thriving and others don't? And why do certain teams and so on? And so he studied that, and he didn't discover anything. he basically detected what was going on and said, these are the habits that make people effective. And he figured out that there's a private victory, meaning it starts with you. You've got to win yourself first. And then there's a public victory, which is winning with other people. And that effective people aren't just good individually, because life is a team sport. You got to get along well with other people. You need to value differences and appreciate differences from other people, because we all bring something different to the table, whether it's religious or gender or a background or experiences or the way we think or the way we're wired. That's what creates the beautiful combustion of getting ideas together that can create something extraordinary. So, private victory, habits 1, 2, and 3, give me security. Okay, I'm okay with myself. I'm proactive. I take responsibility for my life. I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim to what's happened to me. Maybe some hard things that I grew up seeing or experiencing. I'm not a victim to, my environment that I was growing up in. I'm not a victim to how my parents raised me. I can choose. Those things influence me for sure, but I am free to choose, right? And then I begin with the end in mind. This is my mission. These are my goals. These are my values. And then you put first things first. So that is the private victory, and that will help you become secure. Then you can win a public victory, meaning you can get along well with other people. So the habits are all about getting to synergy. It's all about effectiveness, because we, in marriages, in partnerships, we have, husbands and wives, and they got to learn to get along, and they have differences. And at work, you have colleagues that think differently and come from different countries and speak different languages and have different religious backgrounds, and that can be a positive thing. The world has become increasingly contentious and divisive. Right now, the United States has an election next Tuesday, and I don't like the environment that it's created. It's very like the other side, whatever side you're on, they look at the other side as being not just thinking differently, but bad. You guys are bad people. The world is increasingly becoming contentious, and that's not a good thing. And the 7 habits, I think, its time has come. The 7 habits have never been more relevant than they are today in this contentious, conflicted world. And we need them more than ever. We need to win these private victories, and we need to learn how to think win-win and care about other people and ourselves simultaneously, and listen with respect and honor. When you talk with another person, you're walking on sacred ground, because every person is precious and has got something to offer. And in my own experience running a business, I've learned that I love to surround myself with people that think differently than me, because if I have someone that's just like me in every way, the person's unnecessary. I need different thoughts, different ways of seeing the world, and that creates a situation where your thinking and my thinking can create something that's better than what you have in mind and what I have in mind. That's the third alternative. It's a better way. It's a higher way. So that's a long answer to your short question, sir. But yes, I think 7 habits can help resolve a lot of these societal contentious conflicts that we're having right now.
So if I'm not wrong, habits 4 till 7 focus upon relationship building, and that's why they sort of promote coexistence.
Yes, they promote coexistence. But it's more than coexistence. It's not like I tolerate you. It's like, no, I value you. I value you, and I value your differences, and together we can create something better. And that's habits 4, 5, and 6. Habit 7 is about keeping everything balanced, right? It kind of gets back to you personally.
Winning yourself first. I think that was my favorite part of the interview so far. And it reminds me of another quote actually. Small changes can make huge destination differences. Hopefully, you recognize this considering the fact that it's from one of your books, Highly Effective Teens. And it's a
Uh-huh.
quote that really stuck with me. And now that I have this wonderful opportunity served to me on a silver platter, I have to ask this question, Mr. Kavi. What do you think, in the context of the seventh habit, sharpening the saw, which basically lays emphasis upon self growth through sharpening your skills? What are some small changes that a teenager can make to reach a destination where they're not only surviving, but they can strike a balance between their personal issues in a way that they can truly experience the profundity of life and work on growing as an individual? Because I feel that that is something that's very important, especially in today's time.
Yeah. Yeah. Good question. Well, some of the small changes you can make. So I'm talking here to all the teenagers in the audience right now. It's been a while since I was a teenager. I'm retired, but I do have two kids right now. I have a 14-year-old and a 17-year-old at home right now, and I've raised some other teens that are older. And I've just watched them over the last few years, and I've just noticed this, that I think it's very important as a teenager that you find something that you like doing and that you excel at it. It's great to get good at something. It doesn't really matter what it is, whether it's playing cricket or playing chess or getting really good at math. It's just really good to excel at something because it takes a lot of effort and patience and diligence and overcoming challenges and getting stuck and getting unstuck and so on. So, a quick story for you. Um, we just, came through COVID. I don't know what they did in your country, but in ours, they locked a lot of things down. There's a lot of political controversy about it all, but they really shut everything down, and so our schools shut down, and everyone wore masks, and you couldn't really go anywhere. And my daughter Allie, okay, so she's a senior. She's in 12th grade here. She's 17. It really impacted her. She's very social and outgoing and loves to be with people. She gets energy from other people. Suddenly, she's at home, sitting, doing online school, wearing masks, not seeing anybody. And this went on for months and months. And she got depressed and anxiety, depression and anxiety. And just outright, she put on weight. She gained about 20 pounds. And then on social media, some people saw that she had gained weight. They made fun of her. She got bullied on social media. Really bad a couple of times. I was so upset, and I called the school and told her what was going on. But it was kind of too late because it was out there. And it really sent her into a spiral of depression. And I didn't know what to do to help her. But the small thing that changed for her, she was in a bad place. The small thing that changed for her was her friend took her to the gym one time when COVID was starting to unravel a little bit. And she worked out, she lifted weights. She'd done other forms of exercise, but she went and lifted weights and she fell in love with it. And then she started going with this friend of hers. And then after a while, she started going alone. And then she really fell in love with weightlifting, of all things. She loved going to the gym by herself, lifting weights. She had solitude, gave out in shape. She lost the weight she had gained. And that one small little thing just got her right back into her normal self. And I look back on that, and I was just amazed by how one simple habit and one simple experience by going with a friend to do something just made all the difference. So sharpening the saw and keeping balance is such an important thing. I just encourage you to find things that you like to do, that you're good at. Sometimes try new things, jump outside of your comfort zone. Sometimes we can get so comfortable with the things that we're used to, friends that we're familiar with, that we never venture outside of this little circle here. So for Allie, going and lifting weights was out here. It was hard at first and it was awkward. She didn't know what she was doing, but then over time her circle expanded, right? And this comfort zone got bigger and bigger, and that's how things work. So, it might be something physical that gets you excited. It might be maybe you start reading new books. I have another daughter that was just really, she got her life would come alive when she would read books, and she loved Harry Potter, and she loved dystopia books. She got into all those. She got into the vampire books, Twilight, and that was her escape. And I've got another son my son that's 14 that's at home right now. He started to build computers, just fell in love with that, and so he'd go online and buy parts, and that was kind of his solace. So anyhow, just remember that it's okay to take care of yourself first. When you go on a plane flight, at the start they'll say, hey, in a case of an emergency, oxygen mask will fall down. Put one on yourself first, and if you've got a child next to you, put it on them next. Okay? It kind of seems cruel to be breathing well while your little baby's suffering. But the principle is the same, right? Which is, first things first, you've got to take care of yourself so that you can contribute to the world and help other people. So never be too busy living your life to sharpen the saw. Never be too busy driving to take time to get gas, right? Never be too busy living to take time to sharpen the saw and renew yourself.
That was beautifully put, Mr. Kavi. And I think a lot of the audience, myself included, really related to the examples that you gave, especially being a teenager. And everything that you said, I think it really we all felt very seen, very validated. So that was very wonderfully put.
Very good.
Mr. Kavi, academic institutes are considered the building blocks of society and the foundations of modern civilization. My question to you is that how can academic institutes create an environment which can foster the 7 habits in the teenagers? We have the Leader in Me program with us, but is there something the schools have to do to foster the environment for the habits to be developed more effectively and efficiently in teenagers?
We're talking about post-secondary, like colleges, universities.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think so. I travel the world and I meet with a lot of governments and educational leaders. Here's what I'm hearing. The employers of the world, okay, out in the workforce, what they're saying is this. Colleges and universities, post-secondary institutions need to do a better job of teaching students the critical life skills and work-related social emotional skills that they need. It's not enough to know how to read, write, and do math. I mean, of course you need to know that, right? But in addition, you've got to have these skills of how to get along well with other people, how to value differences, how to be adaptable and flexible, how to be a self-starter, how to set and achieve goals, how to manage your time well. I was in India a while back, and I met with government officials who said that we are thinking about creating a system of education between college graduation and the workforce, because the workforce is complaining so much about ill-prepared students that are coming to the workforce that have all the academic credentials but don't have the credentials that are these other credentials that are vital as well. And this is what the 7 habits do. They teach these credentials. They teach being a self-starter. They teach taking initiative, being flexible, being adaptable, setting and achieving goals, managing your time, managing conflict, thinking creatively, learning how to have good listening skills, not just good speaking skills. We're taught how to read. We're taught how to write. We're taught how to speak, but we're never taught how to listen in school, which is the most important communication skill of all. And so I've been all over the world. It's the same thing. The knowledge worker economy has changed the world. Now it's gone from a manufacturing economy to knowledge workers, all about working well with other people, being collaborative, being flexible, thinking on your feet. Um, you have 1,000 decisions to make. You got to decide which ones you're going to focus on. I mean, the world of work has changed completely, and it requires a different skill set. So this is why this Leader in Me program is just exploding around the world. 6,500 schools will bring on probably another 2,000 next year, because it teaches these critical life skills that are increasingly more important. So I think colleges and universities need to create an environment where these skills are taught in addition to classic curricula. And they create an environment like Leader in Me schools. One of the key things is turn the school over to the students. Let them run the school. Give them real leadership opportunities and responsibilities. Even little five-year-olds can take responsibility and can be leaders. Teach the students to be leaders and let them run tours, let them run audiovisual, let them run morning announcements, let them help each other with their schooling and so on. And colleges and universities can do the same thing. They need to provide opportunities for the kids to lead, and they need to teach these foundational. We historically have called them soft skills, but they've been renamed now power skills, because they're essential to every kind of job out there today. These basic foundational power skills. The 7 Habits contain them perfectly.
So, if I'm not wrong, having learner voice and choice at the forefront would enable academic institutes like colleges and universities foster the environment of promoting the 7 habits amongst learners.
Yes, today I was just with dozens and dozens of different that are doing this very thing. They're teaching their students the 7 Habits and their faculty as well. And it's remarkable the kind of results they're achieving, because it creates a common language that can be used among the staff and the students.
So, Mr. Kavi,
Interesting.
my next question is a bit tricky question, but I hope you'll not mind answering that. So, my question is, what are your views on your book, Soul Pirated? Do you believe that the knowledge acquired through illegal, unethical, or unfair means is still some kind of knowledge?
So let me make sure I understand your question right. Do I believe that acquiring knowledge in an unethical way is a good thing?
Yeah,
Am I getting your question right?
yeah.
Yeah. Can you ask it a different way so that I can make sure I respond properly?
Yeah, I mean to say that your book is a great book. We all know that. But in some countries, it is also being sold pirated. So, do you think the people who read your book through the pirated ones, so is it the same knowledge or these are two different things?
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. I don't know what to tell you on that one. I think, um, I've clearly I don't support pirating, um, and I know that happens a lot. I remember my brother came back from India one time, and he said somebody was on the street selling 7 Habits books. Right? He had 7 Habits books, and my brother looked at him. He came over and looked at his stash of books, and on the back was a picture of, it said Stephen R. Covey, but it wasn't him. It was a famous actor that looked like my dad. But the person had pirated the books and self-printed and got the wrong picture put in. So we had to laugh about that. Yeah, but of course, I believe in honoring and sustaining your local laws. Copyright, I think, is an important thing. But if someone got a pirated book and they read it and learned from it, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, so I got your point.
Yeah.
Teenagers, Mr. Kavi, myself being one, whether that's fortunate or unfortunate is up to the audience to decide. We often feel like we have the weight of the world on our shoulders, and that's a very daunting feeling to have. So, since you were also a teenager once, did you in your teen years feel similar emotions? And if not, how did you manage to remain grounded in tough situations of life?
Yeah, sure. Um, well, I just say this to all the teenagers out there. Yes, I did. I felt overwhelmed a lot. I remember coming home sometimes and thinking I was playing, American football. I was a quarterback, so I was like the captain of the team, and I'd have a game on Friday, and then I'd have a test on Friday, and then a school application, the college application, and I'd come home and I'd just feel like I was going to blow up from all that stress. So you're normal. So don't worry about it. Don't struggle about the struggle because it is hard to juggle everything. And just do the best you can and sharpen your saw and know that you can get through it. Find things that relax you and do them. Um, I had a good friend that we'd just get in the car and we'd drive up to the canyon. We'd go swimming in a river. That's how we would kick back and relax when I was a teen. But I see it in my daughters. My daughter, Allie. I told you about her, and she gets really stressed. Um, I a good practical thing you can do that I do with my daughter Allie is when she gets really stressed, I said, "Okay, come over here. Let's write down everything you have to do right now." We'd write it all out. There'd be like 15 things, and I'd say, "Okay, which ones can wait? Okay, those three can wait. Which ones could I help you with? Could I take anything off your plate? Okay, those two I can take off your plate. So you've got these 9 left. Let's prioritize them. What's got to be done right now? What's most important?" And just doing that would always relieves her. She can see more clearly what's happening. She realizes some things can wait. I can take things off her plate. So try that with your parents sometime. And I think it's a good practice. I will also say this too. Okay, um, the world's changed a lot since I was a teen. It is a challenging time to live, and it's an amazing time to live.
I completely
And I
agree.
think I think you're
Continue.
prepared. I think your teenagers are amazing. I think you're the best lot of teens ever this world has ever seen. It's challenging because because there's a lot of contention and division. The family is being disrupted. Technology here, in the United States, you know what it's like right now. The average teenager spends 35 hours a week on their phones. Okay, I don't know if that's happening in your country, but 35 hours a week on this phone, and a lot of it is not good. There's a new study that came out that showed there's a direct correlation between the amount of time you spend on social media and the amount of unhappiness in your life. So you got to be very careful with that. You got to rule your technology and not let it rule you. And you got to monitor your social media and make sure it doesn't take over. Mental wellness is a big issue, and COVID didn't help. A lot of kids just struggling mentally. So if you're one of those kids, you know what? You're normal. Okay, you're okay. Don't freak out about it. It's also an amazing time to live. It's the best time ever to live. You've got more knowledge, more learning. You can get on the internet, explore the world, explore history. It's amazing what we've got in front of us. You have all this technology, and it can be, if you use it responsibly, it can be an amazing thing to bless your life. The amount of influence you can have for good, because of the amount of people you can reach fast through technology and through travel, you can influence a lot of people for good, whether it's your own family or friend group or community or society or even the whole community, unlike ever before. And then today, despite all of our challenges as a world and as a nation, there's more choice and more freedom than ever before. That's a beautiful thing to celebrate. So I just say, remember, even though there's a lot of challenges, it's also I can't think of a better time to be alive than right now. And I want to affirm your worth and potential, because each one of you is important, and you should not compare yourself to another person. Let me repeat that. You are of infinite worth and potential, each one of you. You don't need to ever compare yourself to another person and say, God, if only I had her looks, or if only I was good at this like he is, then I would be happy. No, you've got gifts and talents in and of yourself. You don't need to ever compare yourself. You're going to develop on your own time, in your own way. Each person has got gifts and talents that are unique, and so you be confident in what you bring to the table, and take advantage of this amazing place that we live in right now, in this world with all these opportunities. Okay, so don't forget that.
So, Mr. Kavi, you gave an example of a car in which the wheels are the different aspects of a teenager, like character building, body, mind, spirit, heart. So, in today's world, in my experience, most of the schools are only treating the curriculum and not focusing on other aspects of a child. So, do you think that curriculum targeted education hinders the thinking capability, critical thinking, and creativity of the young teens?
Do I think the curricula of today inhibits the creativity of students? Is that the question? That capture it?
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So I think you said, does the curriculum that's taught in schools today, does it sometimes hinder the creativity of
Yeah,
students? Right?
yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think, as I shared before, I'm a fan of schools. I I'm a fan of public schools. I'm a fan of private schools. I don't care what kind of schools. I think most schools are doing the best they can with what they have. And so I'm pro school and I'm pro teacher. I admire our teachers. I think our teachers, across the world, are some of the best people in the world. I admire. They got into education because they care. So I'll start with that. Do I think that sometimes that we degeniusize kids? Yes. there's a classic quote that, by Albert Schweitzer, that says all kids are born geniuses, and we inadvertently degeniusize them by the time they're 10. But I do think that we can do a better job in our schools to honor and validate the different gifts that kids come with. Let me give you a quick example. So, Leader in Me started with a school called A.B. Combs Elementary in Raleigh, North Carolina. This is a school, it's a public school, and they had a lot of poverty in the school. And they also had a lot of languages. 28 different languages were spoken in the school, because it was in an area of the country where a lot of people were traveling in and out. So there were a lot of immigrants coming in and out, and so it was a difficult situation. The school was failing. Okay, this is an elementary school, so you've got kindergartners up to fifth graders, and they were failing. And so the principal is desperate, and she doesn't know what to do, and she's told that they're going to shut down the school unless they can make a change. Okay, so she's desperate. She finds out that Stephen Covey, my father, is speaking nearby. So she gins up the little money she has left in her professional development budget, and she goes to hear Stephen Covey speak. And he gets up and he speaks about the 7 habits, right? And she's listening and she's going, oh my goodness, this is exactly what our students need. So during a break, she gets her courage up. There's 1,000 people at this event, and she walks up and says, Dr. Covey, my name is Muriel Summers, and I am a principal of an elementary school that's really struggling. Can these 7 habits be taught to young kids? And he looks up and goes, well, I don't know why not. why don't you give it a try and let me know how it goes? And so she came back and she got with her faculty and she said, let's try to save our school. And so they said, we're going to develop a leadership school. We're going to teach the kids leadership. We're going to teach them the 7 habits. And we're also going to celebrate the leadership ability of all these kids, because kids lead in different ways. Some are very academic, right? And some are very athletic, but some are very musical. And some are very good at getting along with other people. And some are very good at technology. And there's so many different gifts and talents. And sometimes our schools only reward the pure academic gifts. And she broadened it and she said, no, this is a leadership school and there are hundreds of ways to lead. And we're going to celebrate your different leadership styles. And so I remember visiting her school because 3 years later, they got named, a failing school got named the #1 school in America. Okay, #1 in America. Same kids, poverty, and she created the most creative kids you've ever seen. I went and visited the school, and they had such self-confidence. And what she did is everyone had a leadership role and responsibility in the school. There were 800 kids. Everyone had a leadership role and responsibility, something they were good at. For example, she would have like 4 kids that really were good at talking. They were good at conversation, and they loved the limelight, right? So she had these kids do morning announcements. Instead of having her staff members do them, she had these 4 kids do morning announcements every day. Other kids were really good, just really friendly. So they became classroom greeters. They would come early to school. They would greet everyone that would come into their classroom and so on. But she created the most creative school I've ever visited in my life. And it was all because of, it's celebrating all the different gifts and talents of students, not just, the academic talents that sometimes we just celebrate, or the athletic talents. So that's something to keep in mind that I think schools can do and parents can do, teachers can do to help create more creativity, is to realize that, there's multiple intelligences, as we know, right? There's a broad spectrum of intelligences, and we should celebrate all of them and find opportunities for kids to express themselves in all of them.
Yeah, a balance should be created to analyze the abilities of children, as most of the children have abilities the others have don't, and the other way around. So a balance should be created. So we will moving on to the questions asked of the audience because of time is running out.
If anyone in the audience has any questions, we will be taking note now.
Yeah, these are already on the screen. So what is the idea of happiness and success in your own words?
Happiness and success to me is contribution. I think nothing makes me happier than when I can help somebody. And I'm not just saying that. I remember I was a quarterback. I used to throw the football, and when I was younger, most thing that made me happiest was like doing really well and winning a game, throwing a touchdown pass. And then as I've gotten older, happiness to me now is helping someone that's maybe really hurting, and I can do something to relieve pain or to help them. So it's contribution. Ask yourself the question: where can I contribute? Listen to your conscience. Each of us we have these, as humans, we have 4 things animals don't have. You have a conscience, it gives you the ability to detect right from wrong. You have self-awareness. You can stand apart from yourself and observe yourself and say, I don't like that about me, or I do like that, right? You have an imagination. You can imagine what 5 years from now is going to look like. Okay, your dog can't do that. And you have independent willpower. You can go against your instincts. You can behave how you want. It's your will. So these 4 gifts can help you tremendously in your life in different ways. And I recommend that you always remember that you've got these gifts to help you choose tribute. So listen to your conscience and ask yourself, what is life asking of me right now? Or ask yourself, how could I how can I be a better daughter or son in my home? Or how can I be a better friend? And then just listen and feel, and you've got self-awareness and you've got a conscience, and you'll feel and sense things in your heart, and that's uniquely human. Okay, and you can that's how you, I think, achieve happiness is by following these impressions you get in your mind and your heart of what to do, what's right, where to go, how to help.
That was very well put, Mr. Kavi. I think a question a lot of the teenagers in the audience and myself would like to ask is, what is it like to be Franklin Covey's child? And another question I'd like to ask, are all your siblings able to adapt to the 7 habits that you've written about?
Do they? Okay, well, so good question. Yeah, so my father was Stephen Covey, and again, I'm one of 9 kids. But our home was pretty normal. We weren't perfect. We had struggles. We had fights. We didn't want to share. There was jealousies and rivalries. We were a typical family in that way. Here's what my mom and dad did well. Mom and dad were really good at sitting us down and saying, okay, we'd set goals as a family. I encourage you to do that. Set goals as a family. And then when we'd make mistakes, my parents would always apologize. My dad, when he was younger, kind of had a temper, right? We would go on trips, like go on vacations, and everybody would take forever to get ready, to get into the car. He'd kind of lose his temper and yell at us. And then he would get in the car and we'd be driving, and about an hour into it, he'd say, "Oh boy, kids, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have raised my voice like I did. I apologize." And we'd say, "Okay, Dad, we forgive you." But it just taught me that he's human and he can apologize, and it's okay to make a mistake. So my parents were really good at just trying again, starting over, forgiving. If you don't have a forgiving home, it'll be really hard. Everyone's got to forgive each other because you're all going to make mistakes. So growing up in my home was, I think, pretty normal. But we were taught these habits when we were young. It wasn't like forced on us. It was just kind of naturally happening in the flow of life, right? The
I
seven
think
habits weren't named. They weren't named yet until I got older.
But thank you so much for sharing. I think we can all relate to the part where you're
Yeah.
rushing to get ready and there are a million things to do, and you sit in the car and you're being screamed at, and your sister's doing her makeup, and your brother's whining about something. But in the end,
Yeah.
it's all about making sure that you care about each other and the relationships that you build. This was truly a very fruitful talk, Mr. Kavi. And on behalf of Beacon House, I would like to thank Hadi, Amar, Mr. Kavi, of course, and our amazing audience, our very lively audience, for participating in edition 15 Guardians of the Future. Please share your feedback about this session through an email you will be receiving with the SOT team. Do also visit, and this is my personal recommendation, our immersive art exhibit Coexist/Coexit, as well as the Classrooms of Tomorrow exhibits that we have scattered all around the venue. We would also obviously like to thank our lead sponsor, UBL, as well as all our other sponsors, without whom we would not be able to bring the SOT to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Great to be with you. Go Pakistan. Woo!
Ali, 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 Ali. 34. Ali, Ali, Ali. Check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, 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 hello,
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
hello, 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 hello.
Ali, 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 Ali.
Respected audience, you're requested to kindly scan your QR code for every session. If you, even if you're remaining in the same hall, but you need to scan your QR code for that. Thank you very much. is a career educationist with a demonstrated history in experiential education, research, management, coaching, leadership, and team building spanning the US and Pakistan. She has played a key role in developing TNS Beacon House, Newlands, Leo's Workshop in Pakistan, and the Reggio Treehouse brand in the US. Her professional expertise focuses on alternative education model, PBL, Montessori, and the Reggio Emilia, and she believes a critical part of learning for all is play. Ms. Kasuri is also a trained IB professional across the continent. She serves on the board of governors for TNS Beacon House and has been a member of the Chief Minister of Punjab Special Ed Committee. Our honorable panelists for today are Mr. Rosen Bosch, Ms. Susie Bost, Mr. Rayan Khalid, Ms. Risham Najim, and Mr. Qasim Kasuri. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this point, can I have the rest of our panelists please come join me on stage? Thank you. Welcome to those who are online. I'm just going to get to you in 1 second. I know, hi Rosen. I can't see Susie, but I'm sure she is up. Oh, I can see her now. All right. We are going to start our session. We have Rayan Khalid, who's a student of ours, and most of us are teachers, so we know how students are tardy, right? So we'll decide what to do with him when he gets here, but we really want him to be part of our panel. But I will start now. Thank you, everyone, for being with us today. Assalamu alaikum to all those who are watching online. Already the session has been explained by our moderator. So I'm just going to go ahead and start with our panel and introduce our panel to you. Today we will be talking about setting the stage for tomorrow's schools. And our panelists are, of course, to my left, I have Mr. Qasim Kasuri. He is the CEO of Beacon House School System and also the chair of the SOT conference that we're at today. Excited to have you, Qasim. Thank you for being on this panel. We also have Miss Susie Boss. She's right there on our screen, as you can see up there. Ms. Boss is an education author and a consultant from the US. She's worked with teachers and schools globally on project-based learning initiatives. Thank you for joining us online, Susie. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Wonderful to be
To
here.
my left on the stage, I also have Ms. Risham Najam. She's the director of LGS and focuses on curriculum and pedagogy. She recently joined the board of the Citizens Archive of Pakistan, which curates the National History Museum. It's a very exciting place. If you haven't had a chance to go there, please do so.
I think it's just us here.
I can't point it at the SMD. That will not help very much. So in 2005, we had our first official School of Tomorrow event at which we invited speakers from various parts of the world. At that event, we spoke about the state of education, including in our own schools at Beacon House. We felt that we needed to look at education system which was um, more experiential, more project based, more child led. So these were basically after like 2 days of deliberation, these were some of the key things that we concluded. um, some of the key speakers who were part of that event who actually helped us reach that conclusion were none other than Noam Chomsky and Dr. Roger Shank, and a number of other people who were present on the occasion. So we came up with this new school. The working name of the school was the New School because it did not have a name, and then it ended up becoming TNS. So I just want to tell you a little bit about TNS, which is actually kind of the partly the inspiration behind this particular session of the SOT also. So TNS started in 2007, a couple of years after the first SOT conference in 2005. There were a number of people involved in the conceptualization. Um, we decided at that point that we would make Reggio Emilia. Some of you may have heard of this Italian approach to learning, not quite as well known globally as Montessori. So Reggio Emilia basically uh, views every child as a unique human being and believes that learning should be child led, and that children have the right to direct their own learning, and believes strongly in the role of the environment, the teacher, the parent, and the child himself as being key drivers in their education. um, so Reggio Emilia and then project-based learning. So these were the two approaches that we identified way back in 2007. So that's how TNS started. There was a lot of idealism at the beginning. We felt that there should be no exams. We felt that learning should be purely experiential. We felt that you should not be teaching only through subjects because when you learn mathematics in an abstract manner, you don't necessarily understand what the real life application of different concepts, might be, as opposed to, let's say, having to create a project in which you have to calculate, let's say you have to carpet the stage, you need to multiply the length and the width. And so for younger children, it's a better way of understanding the concept. So project-based learning, Reggio Emilia, these were the starting points of TNS. Um, we can move on. Um, and once we reached the upper primary, we realized that even though we felt that examinations were not the best way of assessing learning, but in the real world, some kind of examination systems was required. So we therefore concluded that the International Baccalaureate, the IB, was best aligned with what we were trying to achieve. And so we applied to the International Baccalaureate, became a candidate school for the middle years program. The IB middle years program is from year 6 to 10. Bit confusing. Sometimes people equate it to O level, but O level, as we know in Pakistan, is 9, 10, 11. The middle years program starts in year 6 and culminates in year 10. So the IB MYP, the school was authorized for that. We then, I think in 2011, we moved to, we did not move to, but we opened a new campus because TNS had originally started in Gulberg. We opened a campus in DHA. A lot of the senior kids moved over there. And so experiential learning and project-based learning in Reggio Emilia, especially in the early years, remain the ethos of TNS. Um, and But then we felt that, okay, over the years, perhaps due to let's say a lot of considerations, uh, we were maybe not as cutting edge as we would originally have imagined or wanted to be. And we decided that we wanted to innovate again. So we came up with this new concept, the working name of which is TNS 2.0. Hopefully, that will not be the actual name of the school, but given our track record, it might actually end up being called that. Since TNS was never meant to be called TNS, that was just the working name also. So TNS 2.0, so okay, we're running. I'm talking a bit faster than the presentation, which is fine. You can just keep clicking. TNS 2.0 is a school which is presently under construction. It was meant to have opened by now and is inshallah opening by spring of 2023 in a few months. So the picture you see in the background is actually the school. So we can just leave it at here for now. And this is a school which actually does not have any classrooms. So it's a slightly, I know, sounds a bit crazy, but we have learning villages and where students get together. There are different kind of spaces for students to interact, and it changes according to the age group of the kids. We've also had to innovate in terms of the pedagogical approach because we felt that even in terms of project-based learning, we had to reinvent our understanding or at least our execution of project-based learning. So I will wrap up now because the rest of it I think should be taken on by
Yeah.
our very able architect. So we were able to identify an architect in Denmark, Roseanne Bosch, who has been able to join us today. She's there on the right-hand side. And so together with Roseanne, we conceptualized the school. Luckily, Roseanne has her career or her focus is on futuristic schools. And so between our team and Roseanne's team, we've developed this new school, which we'll be talking a little bit more about today. But hopefully we can, I'm not trying. I'm not trying to suggest that what we are trying to do or what Beacon House is trying to do is the only uh, direction when it comes to schools of tomorrow. But it's certainly the one that we are, let's say, most familiar with. So, Aisha, I'll hand over to you. You can now take it
Thank you.
over from here. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Qasim, for that presentation. Rosen, it's a great segue, so we're going to go right into talking to you. The first question I wanted to ask you, and I've done a little bit of research and seen the schools that you've created all over the world. They're dynamic looking, they're gorgeous. But I wanted to ask you, what's wrong with the schools that we already have?
That's a very good question. I'm sorry, can you hear me actually? Because we didn't do a sound check, so I have absolutely no idea whether the sound is
Audience,
working.
can you hear Rosen? Yes, Rosen, that's a thumbs up.
Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, very well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Hello, Kasim. It's so nice to see you. And I'm so sorry I cannot be with you in Pakistan. It would have been, yeah, a delight. Well, what's wrong with the schools? What first of all is wrong with schools is that they are designed as a result of an idea of how to organize or maybe also control in a little bit a group of people. So a typical school, a traditional school, yeah, has a layout which actually, and this is a bit worrying, resembles a lot the layout of a prison. You have a lot of small rooms and a corridor which access to this room. So what you see when you're an architect and you look at the layout of a school, is that they're made for efficiency of a certain system. The system is that you have 30 people, one person in one room, one particular activity. Now, in the meanwhile, science tells us and that we actually learn in a very different way. So when we started to look at, okay, how to maximize the learning potential of a human being, and then to think of how can the physical environment help to maximize this learning potential, you end up in a very different layout. So the layout of a school is not really made to enhance your learning potential as a human being. It's more made as a practical solution for managing the time of the teacher, managing the time of the students, making sure that that they have 1 hour of mathematics in this particular location. It's also managed to how to say so, to control in a way not only the activity of the people, not only the time spent of the people, but also their physical movement. Typically in a school, you don't only sit in a classroom, you also sit on a chair, so you have a kind of a physical framework which dictates your bodily movements. Now, this also has an impact on your learning potential. The fact is that we think that sitting still on a chair is the best way to learn, but it actually is not. Just recently, actually yesterday, and I read another investigation that tells us that our creativity is enhanced when we combine it with short breaks of movement. So again, a building, a school building, the architecture of the building, the interior design of a typical school is just simply not made for learning.
Thank you, Rosen. I'll circle back to you. I have a couple of follow-up questions. I'll just circle back to you after a while. Risham, I would like to ask you a few things as well. I wanted to talk about, I asked what's wrong with the schools we have today, and I wanted to ask you what's wrong with the classrooms we have today.
So, hi, can everyone hear me? Yeah. Okay, great. So, I think that, I think in education, we're constantly looking at the future, right? We're preparing. And one of my favorite quotes about education and the future is the best way to predict the future is to create it. And I think as educators, we hold a lot of that responsibility of creation in our hands. And in order to do it well, I think we have to look at who are our students today, right? I mean, as Rosen said, the schools that were, created in the 1800s, they were trying to create a certain type of student, mostly factory workers, a lot of followers, people who could follow directions correctly. But let's look at the students we have coming into classrooms today. And what is our end goal for them? If employability is one of them, and it very much is. I mean, bread and butter is very earning bread and butter is very critical to most people. Let's look at the jobs that students today will hold in the future. Well, most of the jobs students today are going to hold in the future haven't been invented yet. So how do you teach to that? If we were to look at what the World Education Forum looks at as some of the fundamental skills that employees will have in the future, one of them is creativity, originality, taking initiative, curiosity, adaptability, and the ability to communicate and negotiate. So when today's student is coming into the classroom, what do they already hold in their hands? Schools today are no longer, teachers are no longer gatekeepers of information, right? Children are exposed to all types of information. They have it at their fingertips. So they're not getting information just from the hours of 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. They have access to information anytime. They don't wait for it. They go to it. And so it's funny. There's an anecdote about a child who saw the initials BC after a date, and he thought it stood for before computers, because that's what, children today can't even imagine a world without technology at their fingertips. So I think, children they're already coming into the classroom having watched videos, having learned through social media, learning through gaming. That's a very big factor. Children and students are coming into classrooms with. And it's interesting, I was talking to one of our program heads the other day about one of our campuses, and in an attempt to modernize it, the IT lab was dismantled. And that's because you're not going to computers. Computers have to follow students where they are. That's how critical they are now. So I think it's very important to keep this in mind when we're designing programs, when we're catering to students, because students today with this background, they don't want passive learning. They want to go into classrooms where there's a ton of engagement and where they're immersed in their learning.
Yes, we were just talking about that yesterday. There was a panel discussion, and one of our panelists is a biologist, and he was saying that how very soon students will not need to dissect a frog physically because they'll have all the coding and all the DNA sequence on their computers. So the world is changing, and in that changing, Susie, I would like to ask you a couple of things with PBL in mind. And for PBL is project-based learning. For those of you who don't know, although I'm sure by now everybody does. Just before we started this panel, Risham and I were talking, and we were talking about how PBL seems like it's something for the future, but it's been happening for decades. And we were just wondering why it's not more mainstream. Why is everybody not going the route of PBL? And then just as a follow-up also, does PBL need to evolve as the environments are changing? Is there room in PBL to evolve as well?
Well, wonderful. And thanks for the invitation to
We
be.
can't hear
Yes.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. So thanks for the invitation to be part of this conversation. It's very invigorating. And as you pointed out, project-based learning is not a new idea. I mean, we've been learning by doing, for centuries as humans. And as a pedagogy, project-based learning goes back, decades. And if we look at the origins, we had inspiration from people like John Dewey more than 100 years ago. But if we look at the origins, it came from medical schools where doctors were finishing their studies, being able to recite chapter and verse from textbooks. But when they encountered real patients, they didn't know what to do with them because they hadn't done any work with real patients. And so that informed this whole approach to creating real world challenges, sometimes simulations, but more and more authentic challenges for students to be part of. Why has it taken so long if it makes so much great sense for learners? That's a tough question, one I grapple with as I work with school systems around the world. Part of it is teachers naturally teach the way they were taught, and most of them were not taught in a project-based way. Schools of education have been slow to embrace this as a pedagogy that we can teach. It's not easy. It requires a big shift in the teaching role from being, as you were just hearing from Roseanne, the keeper of information to the facilitator of learning. That's a huge shift for many teachers. And they need some examples. They need some support. They need encouragement. They need coaching. They need resources. They need models. All of those things are more and more readily available. But it does take time. It's kind of like turning that big ship of education. Takes slow to turn. But I'm encouraged by the momentum for project-based learning. I first encountered Beacon House more than a decade ago at a conference, an education conference in South Asia, and was excited to hear how PBL was taking hold there. And I'm seeing similar initiatives in many countries around the world, that I've worked with, but it is a slow evolution for teachers to understand how their role is changing. Once they have the support, once they have a taste of this, there's really no holding teachers back. Again and again, I hear from them that this is why I wanted to go into teaching. Now I get to know my students better. Now I get to have really engaging experiences with them where they're driving more of their learning and I'm guiding them through the process. So I'm encouraged. It is continuing to evolve. When we began working around PBL, I've been doing this for 20 years and back then technology was not so readily available. So now we have technology in everyone's hands. There's opportunities to create and communicate and collaborate and do all the things that project-based learning really requires to be done well. So all of those accessibility issues are better than they ever have been. But, again, that means new challenges for helping ensure that students are information literate, that they are using technology responsibly, and that they have opportunities to connect with issues that really matter to them. So it's a bit of a long answer to your question, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you so much. Susie, just one more thing I wanted to ask. So we just recently globally went through a pandemic, and it was a disruption to education. A lot of teachers found it very challenging to teach through PBL, to the PBL approach, especially to early years and primary years students via, Skype or Google or whatever they were using technology. Do you think that there is space for project-based learning in this future world where we are going to be using a lot of technologies? And
Well,
considering where the environment is right now, there might be virtual classrooms. Again, can we actually practice PBL in those situations?
I think we can be encouraged and inspired by how we're seeing the workplace change outside of school. We know that in many places around the world, the people who left their workplaces and began working remotely are not rushing to go back to their offices and commute in traffic, and that a lot of the important work that's happening in the world is happening through virtual collaboration. Now, during the pandemic, students who had remote learning experiences that were very traditional and very rote workshop, worksheet type learning, memorization and regurgitation of information, they naturally disengaged. They were not excited about that. And we saw student engagement drop. We saw students turning their cameras off and kind of tuning out of online lessons in a lot of cases. And we saw parents getting this window into learning. And they kind of wondered, is this what school is like for our kids? No wonder they come home kind of bored and complaining. So the teachers who were bold about using technology in different ways to have students continue to collaborate, to continue to learn across disciplines and bring ideas together, to find ways to connect students with experts beyond that virtual classroom. We saw greater engagement in those situations and opportunities for students to realize, I can actually work with people in interesting ways online. Of course, we all want kids to have the social experience of being together physically. So I think that, there's great relief as kids have been able to return to their campuses. And, we all know we get to know our students better when we see them face to face. But I think we learned a lot about what can be accomplished virtually through collaborative learning. And I think that's something we're going to need to continue doing and get better at.
Kasim has a follow-up question. Kasim?
Hi, Susie. Just a quick question. I do agree with you that the role of teachers is absolutely essential to make project-based learning successful. My question is that we also tell teachers that PBL must be child-led. So that meaning that the teacher should not decide herself that, okay, this is the project that we're going to work on, but it should emerge from the interest of kids. Now, how do you make that happen in reality?
That's right. That's one of those million-dollar questions, right? And I think there's a difference between child-led and just complete open-ended discovery by children. The role of the teacher in project-based learning is as facilitator, but the teacher doesn't stop being the person who sparks interest in students, who guides them to areas of interest that they might not have known were going to be so fascinating, or helps them understand problems that are worth tackling that they can learn by working on together. So knowing your students, knowing their interests, connecting the learning experience to things that your students will find engaging, that's the teacher's role. It doesn't mean that you can only do projects that a 6-year-old imagines, because a 6-year-old hasn't imagined all of the learning experiences that are possible yet. They need and benefit from a teacher's guidance along the way. But if you have that combination of listening to your students, welcoming their questions, really embracing their curiosity, and then doing the wonderful work of an educator of taking that spark of curiosity and shaping that into a learning experience that builds in a developmentally appropriate way, that takes into account the different learning histories that your students have, helps them all advance kind of at their own rate of growth, help them set goals and reach those. So it's a combination of really tuning into your students, but also not forgetting the role that the teacher plays in designing learning experiences and guiding through students through those experiences to achieve success.
Susie, I was smiling while you were talking because Kasim
Thank
and
you.
I have been arguing about this for I think 10 years now. I've been trying to explain to him that we pretend that it's student led, but we do a lot of back end planning because it is required. The students don't know. Risham, I think that you wanted to make a comment as well.
I do. I think that, this is such a relevant question because I think, as Susie said, I mean, we have all these wonderful ideas, but for the teachers who have to suddenly make a change, not just these are schools that they not only didn't experience as students, but especially in a place like Pakistan, but really even worldwide, there's not enough of it happening for them to get to learn from each other as yet.
Yeah.
And so, some of the qualities, I mean, I think teacher role is now kind of called a facilitator. So the qualities of a facilitator include listening carefully, creating opportunities for students to work in their own way, opportunities for students to speak, arranging materials so students can have conversations, encouraging persistence, acknowledging a student's perspective. Now, these are all wonderful ideas, but when you actually, try to do them in a classroom, it's not quite so perfect. I remember when I was younger, my cousins would always say, every time you walk into the room and say, I have a plan, we all run out. And now my teachers all say the same thing, that every time you come into the meeting room and say, I have these great ideas, we want to run away because we have to implement them. And so, and it's a reality. I mean, it's a tough, it's very daunting, but I think that one of the really amazing things that happened during the pandemic, the pandemic was a truly global event. And as much as it isolated us individually, we connected on a global scale. And I work with a number of teachers who, through both their own initiative as well as initiatives led by the school, were able to do a lot of online learning. They used ed tech because at the end of the day, they're having to do in-service training, right? And so they can't, and the resources, being in a developing country, are limited. We don't have the supports that you might have somewhere else. And so this was a really great opportunity for them to connect to other educators online. There's some wonderful programs, whether it's Coursera, whether it's through LinkedIn. LUMS has started a ILMX. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah.
I can't even name them all. But it gave teachers the opportunity not just to learn new methodologies, to actually bring this theory into reality, but also speak to other educators around the globe and kind of, run these ideas off of them. Well, these are the problems we're facing. Whatever, how do you handle it? How does it look like in a classroom? So really having mentors. And as we know, mentors are very essential for teachers, especially for teacher retention. So I think that EdTech has really enabled us to kind of
Connect globally.
take professional development to the next level.
And on that note, the student is here. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. I do understand that you had some blockages on the way here. We are not a traditional conference, so we're not going to make you stand in the corner or punish you or anything. I think you've been quiet for a while, so I wanted to ask you and bring you into this conversation. You're a 21st century learner.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you think you learn differently?
Okay, so what I have seen is seeing my parents, like my parents are both doctors.
Okay.
So they have become doctors. Like they have
Can you
their
move closer to the mic? Yeah.
Okay. So my parents are both doctors, right? And since they have become doctors, they have like put a break on their learning. So I see the difference in us, the 21st century learners, is that we are somewhat of lifelong learners. we never stop learning. And even though I'm doing the IBDP, I may have 6 subjects, there may be different subjects, but on the side, I may be doing different stuff. So I won't call it multitasking, but we do more stuff at once. And we like to do, we
You're
like to
better
sign up for more than,
multitaskers, you're saying.
yeah. Multitasking is not really effective, so I don't want to say that. Yeah.
Okay.
So
But
we
you have a
like
lot
to,
of projects going on at the same
yeah,
time
so we
as a
like
DP student.
to
I
sign up for
understand.
more things that we can actually do so that we can find out what we can do actually.
And how do you think in the future, so you're one generation, how do you think in the future students will learn?
So like currently we have seen like in the pandemic, we shifted to online learning, and VR and AR, the technologies, we can call them XR, mixed reality as well, they have been around for like 6 years. But in Pakistan, we haven't really seen them being applied. It's also a cost factor because that technology is really expensive right now. And the other thing that Susie mentioned is the role of the teachers is still here. Like the technology is there. Like we saw in the pandemic, the technology is still there, but it's only the role of the teacher. The teacher has to implement the technology. And when the teacher starts using the technology, he or she inculcates that technology into the learning of the students. And when the teacher uses some sort of technology, like a teacher starts using Zoom or Teams, for example, the students will obviously start to use that. And if our teachers can cope up with the pace of us, then that would be really effective. And as I said, AR and VR, they can help a lot in bringing abstract concepts to life. For example, when we study history, we can't really relate to it.
Right.
But like we live in Lahore, but we never feel what happened on these streets back then. So like wearing an AR headset, we can see what was happening. And as we've seen in researches, personal experience helps in making our memories more stark. Yeah.
So basically, Ryan is challenging all teachers to keep up with him. All right. So teachers, that's a message to you. Kasim, did you want to ask something? Okay. Roseanne, I'd like to come to you now. I wanted to ask you, what will the school of the future look like?
Huh, good question. I think that first of all, some of the other speakers already mentioned a little bit the necessity of the school of the future. The necessity of the school of the future would be an environment where one, the teacher can actually be a facilitator and not a, now a bit harsh, but dictator, and where the students in a way can discover, yeah, and can interact and can be active parts of the learning. So I think that the main difference in between the way we have seen schools so far is that we thought of schools as a kind of a, very functional and also ready-made kind of solution to what we called learning. Now today, a school, and that also means tomorrow, the school should be a kind of a training facility, one can say, for learners and the teachers, because the teachers also become part of the learning process. And this is the big difference, I think, both in the way the school of the future, actually, I don't like so much talking about the school of the future, because I think that actually schools create the future because they create future citizens. And I don't think I can predict the future, but as we actually already been talking about, I think there's one thing that is certain for this future, that we do know that students in the future, as the World Economic Forum also says, that they will have this, job that probably doesn't exist. They actually mention a number: 65% of all students in primary will have a job that doesn't exist today. So ergo, they need to learn how to learn, as we just spoke about. So the future is not like kind of a solution. The future school, but actually also the school today, should provide for this interactive facility that allows us to learn how to learn, that allows us to develop all the skills we just mentioned, like creativity, interaction, taking initiatives, being agile. And also, this is again another thing, this kind of skills, you don't learn them because somebody tells them to you or because you read about them. They're all skills that you develop in a process of interaction. interaction with other students and other learners, interaction with society, interaction, also digital interaction, and physical interaction, because you simply interact with the physical environment. Now, as an architect, you also have the beauty that we think very much about, how do we actually feel and react on, our kind of how our physical body interacts with this physical environment that surrounds us. How can you stimulate, for example, processes of collaboration, etc., etc. So the school we have designed and are about to create together with Kasim, which is very exciting, has all these elements built into it. It's a school that, we have been thinking about. We actually based it on Reggio Emilia, and then transferring that in a way into a physical environment, also facilitating things not only for, because normally Reggio Emilia is very much focused on younger students, and we took the good parts of it and tried to kind of, catapult it into also facilitating things for older students, in that sense that they can continue this hands-on approach according to their learning, which of course will have a very different perspective when you're older, so when you start experimenting. So you have this whole idea with what we call the ateliers, where you can discover about the planet, you can discover about you as a person, you discover things about science, etc. So this whole idea of the school as a sort of a, I would call it like a boxes where you sit and then you receive, has been turned around, and it becomes this facility where it's like, oh wow, I'm going to be there and I can interact, I can discover, I can work together. And also very important, facilitating what we call hybrid learning, which it doesn't mean what we're doing right now, that I'm on a digital connection, but that you become one with the learning you have in a place and the learning you have in a digital realm. So in a way, kind of combining the worlds, which is also, I think, very important for younger people, that they don't feel that they're like two separate worlds, but they're actually one. We live only one world. Well, that's shortly about the school of the future. I don't know if that answers your question.
Has a follow-up question.
Yeah. So Roseanne, thanks for that. Just in more concrete terms, the school that we are developing together with you, I often tell people, and I mentioned earlier on also, that it is a school without classrooms. And that, of course, teachers in particular find most perplexing. So I was just wondering, can you just explain that? What when we say a school without classrooms, or we say learning communities, like what would it physically look like or feel like?
For the audience, I'm privy to some of Rosen's vision. And Rosen, I think one of the things we talked about in the presentation was also your vision for watering holes, caves, mountaintops. Can you just talk about that? I think that's what Kasim is saying, and that's a good way to explain it to the audience and people listening at home.
Good. Yes. Let me explain. I think that if it would be possible to me to predict, the biggest nightmare for most teachers, I would say no classrooms, and then they're like awake all night. But this is okay. This is a joke in between us. The fact is that it's not no classrooms doesn't mean no walls, and I think this is the biggest difference. And the fair idea that you have this like huge open environments, and then people just, by the sheer idea of the noise, they already get stressed by the idea about it, and they just get also feel anguish because they don't know how can I take responsibility for the learning of my students. This is basically, and we fully understand this and we acknowledge this. So this is the first thing I think we have to realize, that when we talk about this concept of no classrooms, it's not that we do, actually the opposite. We as architects really talk to teachers and talk with them about how can you actually enhance the learning of your students. So that is very important to understand. Now the second part is, in order to do so, we differentiate the physical environment. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't have rooms. It just means that you have a lot of differentiated spaces and spatialities. When I say spatialities, I mean different types of spaces. And that means that we actually allow both the teacher and the student to discover and to try out different spaces and to use these different spaces and facilities of the spaces in order to enhance their learning. Now, the principles you refer to I mean, there are two things I think to describe a little bit, the new school of TNS. First of all, we work with something we call the spiral of growth. The spiral of growth refers to that children, in order to accelerate their own learner, should always, should never have something that blocks their, learning. So they can actually react on their own natural born curiosity and, continue their learning sequence, and there's nothing stopping them if they want to advance. Yeah. So this is a little bit a school that doesn't put anything in the way for you to learn. You don't have to wait for the others. If you want to continue, you can continue. And it's kind of, so in that sense, things are more connected and interconnected. Now, second to it, therefore, we also gradually create, in a way, what we call, a gradually, kind of bigger and bigger area of movement for students the older they get. Meaning that, for example, the youngest ones, they still have very safe bases, but the older they get, the bigger an area they can cover and the more they can move around and experiment freely. Now, on the base of that, in order to structure it and to give it some kind of system, we have developed over the time 6 principles. We call them learning principles, but in a way, they are a combination of pedagogies, the ways we learn, and the spaces that provide these situations for learning. And then, of course, there are lots of variations in between them. And there's 6. So the first one we call, for example, the cave. And cave, that refers to concentration and focus. And cave spaces are places where you really truly can focus on what you're doing. Now, this can be a little space you can be alone in, or it can be, sometimes we make like little pots you can hide in. It can also be, for example, a path you can walk. I mean, in TNS, we have a garden on the roof, and you can take a little walk, because sometimes walking actually helps you focus. Then we have another one we call the mountaintop. Mountaintop situations, they are about, when you're actually sitting in a group and somebody talks to you. This is the brief. This is a short talk of information. This can be physically, can also be digitally. They are what we call it one-way directional communication, meaning one person talks to you, or it can also be TED Talk you watch online, but you receive something, you listen attentively, and it gives you some inspiration. Now, these situations usually should not be like super long, because then you can't focus anymore, but you have to have them. And then physically, they have to provide for a context that allows you to dedicate yourself to be fully focused on this activity. Then we have the third one we call the campfire. Campfire is about teamwork, collaborative work. This can be, a situation where you actually really, a little group of people, can be a round table. But round tables, if you have like 20 round tables in the space, like a little bit the images you see behind me, there's not much focus on this group. So for us, campfire is about doing teamwork, but also taking responsibility for the team. So we create like spaces inside the space. We create a lot of different things. I mean, if you want, I can share you some photos, but otherwise I can just explain it verbally. So this is about creating different spaces of collaboration and making students and teachers, try and experiment with it. Then the fourth one we call hands-on, and hands-on education is about actually doing it and then learning while you interact with it physically. This can also be that you build a model to understand the mathematical, formula. It's not only related to arts or science, it can also be other things. And then we have the fifth principle we call the watering hole. Watering hole is about actually one could say informal knowledge exchange. This is the moment where you suddenly hear something because somebody says it. This is where you get inspired because you see others do something which you get inspired by. So these are typically all the spaces and moments in between, that link the different spaces. In the TNS, we have a huge spiral, actually, that connects the whole school and where the spaces spill out into. This is like a huge watering hole where you can get inspired. And then the last one we call movement. Now, the last principle, movement, is very difficult often for teachers and for schools to relate to, because for us, movement is not just about doing sports. Movement is actually about activating your body with the single goal of enhancing, for example, your learning potential, your concentration. We know that when you sit still for a long time, your brain activities simply go down. And we also know that this is individual different. So we like to create schools where children learn slowly, bit by bit during the years, to take responsibility for this themselves. So they can, for example, run out and for a second and then come back because they just simply can't focus anymore because they can't sit still anymore any longer with whatever they're doing. So we're trying to kind of create this auto-regulation, if you want, and to learn this auto-regulation, by providing possibilities when you can step in and out and move. Now, this is often difficult for schools because we have been traditionally controlling actually the movement of students. We've told them to sit still, to stay here, etc., etc. And it also relates a little bit to another thing that teachers find difficult, the fact that they can't see their students, so they can't control whether they're really doing what they, according to the teacher, are supposed to do. So this element of trust, Now, this is where I will finish now my description. The truth is that to describe this new school of TNS, I need a lot more time because we also inspired it. We got very inspired by the landscape of Pakistan. So when you go up on the spiral of growth, you go into these different learning landscapes with a lot of fantastic colors and materials and different things. So it's actually going to be a very beautiful school. But to finish with the thing of trust, this is just also something I've always wondered about, because I think this is the core of creating a future, if you want, learning environment, is that we actually trust our students that they want to learn. Our typical school architecture is based on the opposite. It's based on control. But the fact is that a human being, when you get born, you are, born with a natural born curiosity. You want to learn. And when we don't learn and when we don't grow and when we don't develop as human beings, we actually get very stressed and depressed and sad. So this element of trust should be built into our schools, into our culture of schools, in our culture of learning, and also in our culture, to the teachers. This whole element of trust is, for me, is the core of a future school. And
Thank
this
you.
is where I will stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosen. I hate to interrupt you, but we are running short of time. I had a lot of follow-up questions from all of you, and I could talk all day, but we do have some audience questions. So I'd like to go to the audience at this point. Is there anybody here physically who has any questions for us? There are. Yeah, I can't see them. All right. So one question that I have here is, how might we design learning experiences that foster learning in a variety of spaces and places? How might we design learning experiences, and how might we design experiences where students spearhead their own learning? Susie, would you like to take this?
Of course. Thanks for the question. So I heard the phrase spaces and places, and it makes me think that one of the big shifts in education is for us to stop separating school from the world around school. One of the places students learn is in their community. And I think we can design learning experiences that bring the community into the school by bringing in outside experts or focus groups or people who have could be potential clients for something that students will develop, and thinking about opportunities to take students out of the campus to be observers, to interact, with their community, to be problem solvers. So I think thinking about more broadly about where and when and how does learning take place, starting with really interesting problems that might exist outside the campus, and how can our students engage with those issues in ways that are safe and facilitated and developmentally appropriate, but still give them that interaction, with the world that they're just hungry to interact with, from what I can tell. So I think that's one of the things we can think about is opening up those windows and those taking down not just the walls of the classroom, as you were hearing about in this kind of new design of a school, which is so exciting, but thinking beyond the campus itself as opportunities for learning.
Thank you, Susie. There is another question, and I think this is for Ryan. Ryan, how do you want to be assessed on all this knowledge in the 21st century?
Yeah. So with everything, like Me
Can you be a little closer? Yeah, thank you.
Me personally, I've always wanted to go paperless. So I started the IBDP last year, and I started with only a tablet. So like every class I would go to, like we have 6 subjects. So two of my teachers wanted me to like switch to paper, but like the others were fine with it. But now that I'm in the second year, it's like I have to switch to paper because my real examination is going to be on paper. So this thing of like the assessment is it belongs to like the IB to change, and there needs to be a systematic change because I personally believe that we work the whole year, but like the exam is only 1 hours, 1.5 hour, 2.5 hours. But I personally believe, and we all know that particular time period cannot assess us based on our whole year of learning. We learn a lot of things the whole year. So there needs to be a systematic change in this. And what I think should be done is throughout the year, there should be some assessment because like if there's no assessment at all, there's no motivation to study. Motivation is also somewhat linked to grades and stuff. And we just need to move away from these annual examinations and move towards more we should also move towards more practical examinations, and the examinations should not really feel like examinations. So like the teacher knows that it's an exam, but the students should not know. So what the students have learned, it will come out intrinsically, and the teacher would know.
So you heard it here first. Students want more assessments. Is that right? All right. So I have one more question, and I think unless anybody in the audience has more questions, I have one last question here with me. And I think this is for Qasim. It says, can we have PBL and more technology in more of our schools like franchise-owned schools by BSS?
So project-based learning may have started at TNS in 2007, but over the last 15 years, we've successfully introduced it at a number of Beacon House schools across Pakistan. By the franchised bit, I assume that the reference is to the educators. The biggest challenge with project-based learning is not necessarily any physical resources or any fancy equipment or technology. It's basically teachers, which I think Susie spoke of also, because teachers need to completely unlearn the way in which, because we all were taught in a certain way, so it's natural that we would teach in the same way. So that is I think the biggest challenge on an ongoing basis, like to find teachers who are willing to adopt project-based learning, because it is easier said than done, but of course highly rewarding. Um, but yes, I think if the reference is to the educators, then it's a conversation certainly that we can have. I saw somebody from the educators in the hall earlier. I think he's left now. I just have, since Aisha, you said that was the last question.
That is the last question.
So I just have a question or a thought for us to ponder, Ryan, perhaps for yourself. So um, when we say, I know that in our minds, assessment has just become another word for examination. So you spoke about tablets, computers, e-assessments, paper, and yes, you also spoke about smaller assessments throughout the year, as opposed to one summative assessment at the end of the year. And I completely agree with you. But I'm just wondering that our examinations or some kind of testing, is that the only kind of assessment? Can you think of anything else?
Yeah, that's what I said at the end, that we need to move away from, I couldn't think of the word back then, that we think of examinations, assessment as only tests. So what I said was, we should come up with assessments that don't feel like tests. So the teacher knows that this is an assessment, she goes into the class and she carries out the class, and at the end she comes out with the result. The students didn't know. We need to come up with something like this.
Well done. Thank you so much. And on that note, unfortunately, we are out of time. what some of the takeaways, audience, that I feel is that we are supposed to create flexible learning spaces, but not just for students. We need to create those flexible learning spaces for teachers as well, because we are working in partnership. Students are working in partnership now. Your environment is your third teacher. So don't worry about creating fancy environments. Just make sure that they cater to the students' needs. You can do these with very little resources, but just a lot of thinking. A lot of planning does go into PBL. So think about those things. Think about how your students want to be assessed. Think about how often they want to be assessed. Look at how you want to interact with your environment. These are all things that we can talk about, and I would really appreciate if after this session, you can send us questions and give us feedback on this session. If you have any follow-up questions, and I do know that there were some, we're happy to answer them offline at some other time. So on behalf of Beacon House, I do thank Susie Boss, Susie Boss, Rosen Bosch, Risham Najam, Ryan Khalid, and Qasim, along with our audience and for participating in this edition of Guardians of the Future. Like I said, you will receive an email. Please do give us your feedback. And also, please do visit our immersive art exhibit, which is going on right now. It's Coexist and Co-Exit, and our classrooms of tomorrow, which are also displayed outside. We would also like to thank our lead sponsor, UBL, for the continued support, as well as all other sponsors, without whom it would not be possible for us to bring SOT to you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
School of Tomorrow events, I would like to welcome you to Guardians of the Future, the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events. The non-profit School of Tomorrow event series was launched by Beacon House in 2000 as a part of its CSR and to help inform the directions of the organization while also engaging global communities in conversations shaping the future of schools and societies. My name is Gana Naveed, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this live session at 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events about Dignity is Our Right, Teach Compassion, Acceptance, and Empathy. In order to formally start today's event, we would like to thank UBL for its continued support for School of Tomorrow over the past many years. Once again, UBL is our main sponsor for the 15th edition. Other sponsors include My Backpack, MK Books, Paramount Books, and PTCL. Lastly, we also thank Google and the Google team who are here with us today as partners and speakers. Before proceeding any further, I would like to share some important instructions to ensure smooth execution of the event. Please remember to turn your cell phones on silent. Please note that the emergency exit is towards my right. And most importantly, stay calm and follow the directions as informed. The restrooms for men are on the ground floor and restrooms for ladies are on the first floor. At any point, if you need any assistance, ushers are available. If you have any questions, kindly note them on the flashcards available with the ushers. After 45 minutes, the panel discussion will come to an end, and the last 15 minutes will be used for question and answers. I would like to introduce our prestigious moderator today, Mr. Ali Irshad Chatta. Mr. Chatta is a law graduate from University of Exeter, UK. He completed his master's from University of Lausanne, Switzerland, and he is an educationist working for private schools in Lahore, and is a policy analyst working with International Olympic Committee, Olympic Solidarity, and Pakistan Olympic Association. He also serves the Debating Society of Pakistan as an executive manager. Our panelists for today are Ms. Cynthia Gayer, Ms. Rania Amaire, Ms. Mariam Farouk, and Mr. Amir Jahangir. Now, I would like to request our moderator and host to please join us on the stage. Thank you.
Hello. Just checking before I begin, am I audible? Great. Just taking a moment to settle down. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome. My name is Ali, and I will be moderating this session on behalf of Beacon House. Please allow me to introduce our very lovely panelists for today. This is a panel of extremely talented world leaders. May I please invite first Ms. Cynthia Gayer. Ms. Cynthia Gayer is a senior advisor. Ms. Cynthia Gayer is a senior advisor to Global Dignity. She joined Global Dignity as organization's first executive director from January 2017 to February 2022. Ms. Cynthia began her career working in the American South on civil rights and renewal of rural communities. She was the founding executive director of Portland Schools Foundation in Oregon, an NGO she has led for 12 years, building a diverse coalition of parents, teachers, leaders of the youth, minority organizations, businesses, and elected leaders. Before joining Global Dignity, Ms. Cynthia served as the first director of external affairs of the Rubin Museum of Art in New York City, where she was responsible for leading the development of the museum's first strategic plan, rebranding the museum, leading all internal and external communications, as well as recruiting and engaging the museum's board. She also led the museum's fundraising and helped establish a permanent endowment of 120 million US dollars. Thank you very much for joining us today. Our second panelist for today is Ms. Rania Amira. Ms. Rania Amira, please welcome her on stage. Ms. Rania is the principal of Beacon House Al Khalij International School in UAE. She has spent the last 17 years working in education sector in UAE's different emirates. She holds a master's degree in educational leadership and management with distinction, a master's of business administration with distinction, and a national professional qualification of headship. During her academic journey, she submitted many research papers related to education, assessment, curriculum, and different learning methods. Along her career path, she has achieved many success stories in transforming underperforming schools and improving them from different aspects. Our third and final panelist for today is Ms. Mariam Farouk. Please welcome her on stage. Mariam is an inspiring writer, researcher, and an avid reader of all things philosophy. Currently in her A1, she strives to excel through opportunities to showcase her talent in the realm of literature and language, as well as has a keen eye for observation. Having moved to Pakistan from a young age, she learned to adapt to her changing environment through interpersonal empathy and acceptance. Through her experience, she hopes to motivate other people to find what truly inspires them and change their world. Now partaking in community service, freelancing, debates, and much more, Mariam is sure to be an asset to this panel for the discussion. Thank you very much for being with us. We do have a fourth panelist as well, Mr. Amir Jahangir. Please welcome him. Mr. Amir will be joining us online. Mr. Amir is the country chair of Global Dignity Pakistan. He leads Misal Pakistan, a country partner institute of Future Economic Progress System, Initiatives World Economic Forum. Managing the country's portfolio on improving the state's competitiveness, Mr. Jahangir is a design thinker and an innovator. He was honored as the Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum for his work on development initiatives to improve the state of media and governance. He is a strategic communication and media professional and is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Misal Pakistan. He was the Chief Executive Officer of Sama TV in 2010. He has also been Program Advisor at Stanford Research Center for Innovation and Communication at Stanford University. Thank you very much, Mr. Amir Jahangir, for joining us online. If I can quickly check if we are clearly audible and visible to you.
Me?
I'm just going to
can hear you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to start off this panel discussion by understanding what we know dignity to be. And just so that we understand dignity, we're going to go over various different perspectives and allow each of the panelists to share their views. I'm going to invite Ms. Cynthia, as she has prepared a presentation for us, something that helps her train other people as well, something that we can take of value for dignity and understanding what dignity means.
It's great to see so many young people here. Thank you for coming. You'll be really interested in Mariam's perspective as a student, and I'm sure you all will have questions at the end for us. We'll try to leave 15 minutes for your interaction and questions for the panel. So yesterday I talked a little bit about our work with Global Dignity. We're a partner with Beacon House. We work in 80 countries. We're an NGO that was founded by 3 young global leaders at the World Economic Forum about 15 years ago. And our mission is to have more dignity in the world, which means you've got to back up and help people understand why dignity is such a powerful, transformational concept. It's a word that many people use and throw around, but the meaning of it eludes too many of us. We'll talk later in this workshop about how important it is not to just understand dignity for yourself and around others, but also to put dignity into action and practice, because that's the only thing that will really truly change the world. So this is a presentation that we designed, very visual, very not copy heavy, for our 80 leaders who are out there working in refugee camps with children where there are no teachers and there are no schools. For example, we're in Bangladesh, where 600,000 of the 1 million refugees from the Rohingya are stateless people in a refugee camps that they don't know when they will ever leave. No schools, no teachers. To youth-based community groups, to partnerships with groups like Beacon House, where the dignity curriculum that we've developed and philosophy is embedded in classrooms and schools. So this is a little bit of how we think about what dignity is at 4 different levels. So everyone is born with dignity. It's our birthright as members of the human family. It's an inherent value for every single person born on this planet. It's an inextricable part of what it means to be a human being. There's so much that divides us. We've talked a lot about that for those of you who were in the last panel and the one that Daniel spoke at yesterday. There's so much division and hate and violence, whether it be the color of your skin, your background, where you came from, your gender, your religion, your beliefs. We just as human beings find all kinds of ways to stereotype and point the finger at other people for their differences rather than embrace them and honor their own dignity. Dignity is a really important concept. The very opening preamble for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was written after a world war, well, 2 world wars, where people said we live in a time of so much violence and hate. What is our vision to build a world of people who live in peace and justice and fairness and prevent these wars from continuing? And the preamble reads like this, before all the tenets and the clauses: the recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and unalienable rights of all members of our human family is the foundation, the very foundation of freedom, of justice, and of peace in the world. So it's a powerful document, and again, a standard that we have yet to live up to in too many parts of the world. So as I said, at Global Dignity, we help people understand how dignity plays itself out in very different ways. And as they were saying before, Stephen Covey's son, Sean Covey, everything starts with you. And we find in schools and communities and refugee camps, and indeed in all societies, that understanding your own power, your own voice, your own self-worth doesn't come naturally to all of us. And unless you live in an exceptional family, an exceptional community where you are born with people honoring your dignity, it's really easy to reach 5, 6, or 7 and feel like your dignity has been violated, and you lose your self-confidence and your joy in life and your ambitions. So we see this in schools all the time, where children are just held back from learning and from achieving and being all they can be, reaching their full potential, because they don't have that feeling inside that they have found their own dignity. You're born with it, but it can be stripped away from you in all kinds of ways, and it's part of the human journey to find it. So it all starts with you, each individual. When you are able to find your dignity, and we have all kinds of interactive storytelling workshops that do this. It's not a lecture. It's not something you're taught to do. It's an interactive process where you start to peel back what's preventing you from feeling that you can be all you can be, and finding your own strength in your voice. And when that happens, you gain confidence, you become more resilient, you have more sense of agency, that you can actually make changes in your life and changes in your community. So it's really the starting point. The other thing that I just talk about a little bit is, once you find your own centeredness and your own dignity, it's how you look at others. So all those issues that we talked about before, whether it's based on skin color or gender, background, religion, that separate us, divide us, make us feel suspicious of each other. Once you get into this dignity work, you start to honor and understand and listen to others who are really different from you. And it's the work that we need to do all over the world, in our communities, in our schools, to start to repair our relationships. Because so much of the bullying in schools, so much of the cyberbullying that we heard about earlier, and on into our communities and our societies, ethnic wars everywhere, is all based on this misunderstanding of the other, and targeting and blaming the other for your problems. And it's one of the world's biggest issues. If we don't get over this and learn to trust and rejoice in our differences, we will continue to have wars and crime and violence and hate, rather than solving our issues, which are about inequality and creating jobs for young people and solving the climate crisis. So this work is important on so many different levels. The other two that I'll just mention that we have curriculum on and we do training on, I'm not going to talk a lot about them, is once you have your own dignity and you see others, no matter who they are and how different they are, through that lens of their own dignity and honoring their dignity, there comes this issue of we all live in organizations. Many of you are involved in schools or sports groups, the workplace. 70% of Americans hate their jobs, go to work every day, they hate their jobs. Yes, sometimes pay is an issue, benefits are an issue, but the number one issue that people report in America is they feel like they don't matter, that nobody cares about what they think. So it's the same thing, a lack of being treated with dignity. So building cultures of dignity in our schools, in our classrooms, in our workplaces, at the UN, I mean, all kinds of organizations is important and part of the work that we do. And finally, it's back to the societies that we live in. If we can all practice and see the world with this lens of dignity, we will elect leaders who lead with dignity and honor dignity in the kinds of policies that they put forward, and the kind of compassion and care that they have for their people. And right now we're going backwards, electing so many leaders who are authoritarian and fomenting hate. For example, we just experienced in America a president who pointed the finger as Mexicans and immigrants as rapists and people who are taking your job. And it worked. I mean, he was very successful because he got a lot of white Americans to believe that that's the cause of their problems, not deeper issues in our society. So we're electing too many leaders who live by, I would say, the opposite of living in a dignity culture. And so again, it just begins with you. As people have said again and again at this conference, everything starts with each one of us, what's inside, and then continues up to the macro level to what kind of communities and societies we build and we support. So we have a whole lot of curriculum and workshops that are interactive, which you can get online at Global Dignity. And just a final thought on dignity and respect. I bet if I asked each of you what dignity means, probably more than half of you would say dignity is respect. And there's a big difference. Dignity is this inherent value of what it means to be human. And respect is something that's earned. You don't have to respect everybody, even though everyone is born with dignity. You don't have to respect somebody that is humiliating others or causing harm in society. So they're very, very different concepts. So everything, our curriculum, we have developed with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, over 60 what we call learning experiences. I wouldn't call them lesson plans, but guides for this interactive storytelling-based curriculum around finding your own dignity and then beginning to look at others through that lens, all the way up to human rights and kind of understanding how we build communities and societies that are based on dignity cultures. So that's just a little bit of our overview on what dignity is and isn't.
Great, thank you very much. I think it's in fact quite interesting that we do, if we were to reflect back, we do use the words of dignity and respect quite synonymously. And it does create an impact when we look back and see that dignity is much more than that, which is our inherent value, and that it could potentially also be used for problem resolution, and perhaps is a tool that perhaps everybody should start looking at. But if I was to see this as something that needs to be a part of schools, I'm going to ask Ms. Rania to chime in here. Do you think that pedagogically, is there strategies that we can adopt that help and shape our classroom?
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thanks a lot for this great opportunity. I'm very happy coming from UAE all the way to Pakistan. This is my first time in Lahore, and I'm super excited as a Beaconite to be among all of our fellows here, and very happy to have some students as well around. As a school leader, whenever I talk about dignity, the first thing that comes to my mind is Maslow's hierarchy of need. When Maslow listed the needs of a human, he started by physiological needs and moved up towards the more psychological needs that is related to the self-actualization, the self-worth, the self-importance, and all of that. As a leader, because we are leading teachers, students, a big community of people, we also take the ownership of advocating the rights of our people, either as students or as employees as well. But looking at the dignity from the curriculum perspective or the pedagogy perspective, as educators, we are teaching two types of curriculum, I used to say. The content knowledge that we all know, that we have it on the board, related to the lessons objectives and lesson intentions, that is very well known to everyone. In addition to that, we teach something else, we call it the hidden curriculum, which is basically the values that we teach our students, either by practicing it unintentionally. However, ironically, recently we started to say we don't want it to be intangible, we want it to be more tangible. We want to talk about it. We want to make sure that it is part of our discussion on a daily basis. Things related to dignity can be practiced through the autonomy that we give to our students in schools. For a fact, for instance, in my part of world in Sharjah, in my school, what we do is we make sure the students' voice is heard through many different opportunities. My students are part of the governing board, for instance. They're part of a students' council where they can have the opportunity to start different initiatives and different activities in the school. In addition to that, we celebrate all of these different occasions like Dignity Day, celebrate the values that we have through global days, celebrating the differences among our community. I'm working in a school that has more than 44 different nationalities, which gives it a big a floor for diversity, differences, but we know very well how to respect that difference by taking a stand for what we believe is right. And at the end, I believe that we lead them by example. We are the real role models for our students. If we take a stand for the things that we believe in, our students, they will see that in us, and they will learn it definitely unintentionally at a certain point as well.
Thank you very much. I completely agree, and I think I can chime here myself as an educationalist, that students do in fact look at behaviors that teachers adopt, and it is in fact very obvious that they pick up on a behavior a teacher projects. So I think it's important to learn as educationalists ourselves, in fact, what dignity is and how we can kind of project it for others. Can I please ask Mr. Amir to chime in here? If we were to look at ways in how we enable others to advocate dignity for their counterparts, their peers, but in fact also look unto our own self and see how we can advocate dignity for others. Mr. Amir, would you like to comment on that?
Well, the first is the realization that yourself, if your actions, your interaction, it automatically sort of a two humans were surroundings. How did that's a new language parties that how between each other. So I appreciate dignity for myself. I will have the understanding and awareness is also
Ahmed,
important for the other person.
I am so sorry to have
So I,
interrupted. But if I can ask you to speak slower, perhaps we're experiencing a little technical difficulty in understanding. So if you can just slow down, perhaps we'll be able to understand the sentences much better.
okay, I'll be more dignified. So I think it is that uh, uh, appreciation for dignity, and that appreciation will society, which is appreciative respect for people of the society in a way their own individual self. But this is also important to find how dignity is first, because that you need to dignity in Urdu, it is car or Allama Iqbal, sorry, uh, Allama Iqbal is also very close to what to address as uh, of dignity. Self awareness and under worth is for other people's also. And I think that is important that we mechanism for this, doing that in one to create that awareness.
Great, thank you very much. I do agree that I think that an appreciation of what dignity is and understanding it from various different mechanisms is important, and perhaps that's something that strategically helps not just schools but organizations and other communities, perhaps, to also build a culture of dignity. While I'm on that note, Mariam, I'd like to ask you. From a student's point of view, how do you think dignity, what do you understand dignity to be, and how do you see it in your surrounding amongst your peers?
First of all, I'm really glad to be here, honored to be among this panel because I'm already learning so much. And as a student, I think we often forget how important it is to absorb as much as we can in our surroundings. But to answer your question, I think the biggest way that we see and observe dignity in our everyday school lives is through the observation and the simple act of noticing how people treat each other and how, like Miss Cynthia said, it's a birthright and it's not something that has to be earned. So even if you meeting somebody for the first time, you're always gonna notice and you're gonna see how people interact and how people treat each other. But more specifically, we had this event specifically in our school recently on Dignity Day. And during those celebrations, a head PN in our school shared his story of how his daughter was diagnosed with thalassemia and he had to leave work because he couldn't afford uh, to take out time to be at work when his daughter was at the hospital for so long, and how he suffered financially as well, and how after through that suffering his colleagues and his workplace environment helped him financially and emotionally through that difficult time, and how that helped him come to a place in his life where he could start his own education as well. And he worked through freelancing, and he's now one of the top rated freelancers on Upwork. And I think that story served its purpose in telling our entire student body how dignity is not something that you have to prove yourself to be capable of having. It's something that you are born with, and it's something that we need to remind ourselves that it's important, because at the grassroots level, there's this student, there's this in my generation, there's this misconception, I'd call it, that dignity is something that's not uh, as pressurizing. It's not something that we need to discuss as urgently as we need to discuss climate change or the gender pay gap or things like that, because those things are being highlighted more in social media. And but my generation also realizes and also calls upon these things because of social media and because the platform social media has made, and the I would say sensationalization basically of these issues. But what we really need to realize is that dignity is at the base levels, at the baseline of these issues, of all these issues. If we don't have dignity, if we don't maintain a level of dignity for every issue and every cause that we support, we cannot go on and we cannot be activists and guardians of the future and protect and maintain a balanced world one day in our lives when we are in institutions and in workplaces where we want to make a better and more stable environment for our children. I think that just cannot exist without the baseline of dignity, and that's what really contributes to all of the causes that we're working for and to basically change the status quo. And I think one of the things that my generation and a lot of my peers also focus on is the misinterpretation of these celebrations as tokenization, which we talked about in our school because we wanted Dignity Day to not just be limited to one day. We wanted it to be limited. We didn't want to limit it. We wanted to make it sustainable and to make sure that it lasts throughout the year, and that's so that it's instilled and inculcated in our student body. And so for that, we proposed to have a microfinance program where we take out loans for our custodian staff and for those working in our school, so that we can, and then eventually to have this program and this policy implemented in more schools, in more branches of Beacon House, to maximize the impact, so that the sustainability and the aspect of dignity that we're trying to promote is something that lasts for a longer time in schools, and so that we are not just taking a picture of what we're doing, how we're celebrating Dignity Day, of telling somebody's story, and then trying to move on to the next thing that we want to talk about. These things should be talked about, and they should be a part of our, like Ms. Rania mentioned, our hidden curriculum. They should be practiced so that every student knows how and when to practice this dignity. And I think a lot of my experience of dignity has been through hidden curriculum as well, because I learned at a young age, even in Beacon House, how the provision and the sort of the limit of dignity and of the limitation of dignity being provided to you as a student from your peers or for your teacher, all of that, how that impacts you as a person, how that impacts your self-esteem and your own confidence. And it's really important, uh, I think, because one of the 10 fundamental components of dignity, as Ms. Cynthia said, is basically an acceptance of identity. And an acceptance of identity is basically, I think, one of the biggest factors of dignity, because it allows you to comprehend all the other facets of dignity. And accepting one's identity and accepting everyone that's in your environment, their dignity, is something that takes a lot of practice, I believe. And it's something that people my age are still learning. And that learning and that trying to learn it and taking up other people's views and examples and treating them with dignity is something that I think could one day change the world. Thank you.
Very well said. I think that Mariam has, in fact, invoked a kind of emotion that we generally don't recognize as part of something, let's say, which is a problem resolution, or perhaps even in a classroom that we generally tend to look over. Cynthia, I'd like to bring this conversation back to you. How important do you think is empathy and acceptance, and how commonly have you seen these virtues be adapted in, let's say, individuals or societies all around the world in your experience?
Well, I think people who start to think more about their own dignity and the dignity of others and look at society and the things that we want to change, the unequalness, the unfairness, the caste systems, the racial injustice that we experience in America and so many other places, that those people find acting with empathy, which is caring about somebody else's issues and relating to them and putting themselves in those shoes, and compassion, having compassion for others, comes very naturally. Um, and for people that don't think about this and don't practice it and don't focus on it, I think it's so easy to practice in this world through social media hate and non-acceptance, judgment of others based on these things that separate us, your religion or your gender, or it's so easy to type people and say they're different, I don't like them, or they're causing me problems. So I think it's one of the world's biggest challenges is how do we build harmony? How do we build peace? The world is not going to be less diverse. The world is going to become more diverse. And you see how these issues are causing so much instability and so much waste of billions of dollars to fight wars and to promote ethnic violence and intolerance. And for schools, it's a big issue because, you know, when you're 9, 10, 11, 12, that's when you start to differentiate yourself from your family values. Some of them might you accept and some of them you may question, but that's the time in life where in all societies, people start to form their own sense of how to navigate the world. And that's why it's so important beyond the academics that are so important to start to focus on some of these issues because they really matter and they'll trip us up later if we don't deal with them early.
I can add to that as well here.
Please do.
Being a leader, Ali, I just want you to know it's have been a challenge, especially for people with a specific target. I personally am a very target-oriented people. I come to the point sometimes that, oh, I don't have a time to listen to some problems that sometimes that comes up, and you know the team comes to you and you guys, let's just sort this out and move forward. So I believe it's very important that we need to educate ourselves, even if we don't have that genuinely or we don't have it by nature. We need to come to the point where we have to educate ourselves, to listen, to give the chance to allow the people express their feelings, give them that autonomy to talk about what they believe is right and what they believe is not right. That's something very important. So it is intrinsic at a certain point, but it can be also extrinsic, where we can also add it and learn it from the environment around us. Another thing very important, I believe, we should not always leave it to nature. We tend to be people who believe in dignity as a human because that's a humanistic thing. However, also it's very important for the policies to be in place. We are in schools, for instance, we have the child protection policies, anti-bullying policy, these type of policies that make sure the rights of these people and taking a stand for what they believe in is already there, and the consequences for anyone who is going to harm this right is also there, in order to make sure that we are running the schools the right way that it should be run.
I completely agree. I think that in schools, creating an environment that fosters these virtues is not just essential, but it's also something that students take away to their houses, back to their communities, back to their neighborhoods. And I think that when we talk about community, it is also important to engage our community. And I think that we would like to have some questions from the audience. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. There are ushers that are standing on either sides of the auditorium. They will come to you, they will take your question, and we will try and get through as many questions as we can possibly manage. Just to kind of bring this conversation back to Mariam one last time. Mariam, from a student's perspective, how well do you think an environment is fostered when it comes to sharing these kinds of virtues with your peers, or learning them from role models that you get to see in experiences that you have every day?
I think it really depends because students at different levels have these different values of dignity. At face value, they think it's something that is a given, is something that's obvious because we're a class that is privileged. And we don't realize, and I say this while I include myself in that category, we don't realize how important it is to understand as privileged people, as privileged students who are going through an education that we were lucky enough to obtain, we don't realize how important and how fundamental it is. And our school, I mean, Beacon House has been one of the biggest, I would say, instruments in the last few years of my life to inculcate this feeling of dignity in me as well, because it's something that, like Ms. Rania said, it can't be taught through content. You can't come walk in a class and be like, today we're going to study dignity. But through every single lesson that you have, you're learning the importance, you're learning how and why you need to observe these values. And to answer your question more specifically, I think in my current college environment, there's this environment that we've made that really caters to this feeling of having a dignified and an upright sort of position as equal people in whether it be a student council or our weekly meetings that we have. And I think that inclusion and that sort of ability to make your voice heard makes everybody feel really dignified. And comparing this to a younger class, sort of at a younger level in middle school, I would say a lot of people didn't really focus on this. And I think it's really important because if it's going to be something that you're going to live your entire life with, it's best to start early. And I think the students and people my age and people who are younger than me really need to sort of focus, I guess, on the aspects of dignity that they can inculcate and sort of implement in their lives. And lastly, I would just like to say that the landscape that we're living in today, be it the political or social environment, it's really I would say crucial, because my generation faces a lot of mental health issues, and I know so many of my peers who do, and it's something that's becoming really, really widespread at this point. So seeing more accepting and more diverse people and more diverse groups throughout my college, throughout my school experience in Beacon House has been something that's given me hope that we are on the right track. We are on a good path that would someday lead to a very inclusive and balanced future.
Thank you very much, Mariam, for sharing those thoughts, because I think it is, in fact, important for all of us, the adults, to understand how we can set that example for students. And I think that Mariam is very right in pointing out that this is not something that can be taught over a course or a class. I think this is something that needs to be embedded in the culture that we create, in the kind of environment we foster for our kids, not just at home, but I think at school, in communities. And when it comes to the fundamentals of community building, I think this is something that needs to be a part of every conversation that we have with people. I think dignity is as relevant wherever we talk about people. I think dignity should be always synonymous to that. I believe we do have some questions from the audience members. May I ask the questions to be displayed on the teleprompter, please?
I love what you said, Mariam, about every day should be Dignity Day. That's something that we talk about a lot. Dignity Day around the world is celebrated by millions of people, but We always tell everyone who's doing a Dignity Day, it's not just one day. Every day is Dignity Day, and find other ways to do these workshops, do these conversations. They're very powerful and they're really life-changing when you start to do the, everyone has a story and everyone has pain to varying degrees, and this just is so liberating for young people. You know, there's a school in Palo Alto where it's a government public school, but the kids, the parents are, you know, Google, Apple workers. They drive up in their Porsches. They have all the money in the world, but the suicide epidemic in the school, you might have read about this, it's like 15% of the students killed themselves about 3 years ago, and the depression levels are just off the roof because people feel that the young people don't feel like they have a place in the world. They don't have a sense of their own dignity and that they matter. And they have all the riches and all the, you know, the things that you would envy, but their souls are hurt. And this is, as you said, Mariam, this is like not just an American issue, it's becoming a global issue of, you know, what kind of world do we want to live in, and what kind of human beings do we want to be? What kind of communities?
Exactly.
So thank you for that comment.
I agree. I think that in most interactions that we have with each other, it's not just an expectation that we are treated with dignity as an inherent value, but I think that that's also something that's reciprocatory in most sense. We do have a question which is very similar to this comment, and I'd like to share this question with Ms. Rania. The question is, how should we ensure that dignity is the basic currency of our everyday life? And specifically to schools, how do you think that this is something that would add value to the classroom?
I was just thinking about the same idea a few minutes before. I think it's all about like saying good. We teachers, educators, we have the art of the feedback. We're feedback seekers and we feedback givers all of the time. We give that type of feedback to our students. And I always mention that statement to my teachers: whenever you give a feedback to your student, make sure to sandwich it. Sandwich means positive, negative, positive. So even if you want to criticize your student, critique your student about something that he wrong he have done, but you just make sure to not harm the feeling of that person or not cause any type of like, you know, hurt for his dignity. That's something very important.
I can assure you we really value that.
Yes, 100%. So I think this is something very important. The way that we speak to our students, the way that we sandwich our feedback on daily basis, it will definitely make sure that we're reaching the target, we're hitting the target that we are targeting, but at the same time with no harm to their dignity.
I completely agree. I think that I completely agree. I think that when we look at dignity, we generally tend to, of course, avoid emotions sometimes. And when we do tend to look at emotions, I think that we generally forget the fact that those are real human feelings that we need to take into consideration in all matters. And I think if we were to kind of really steer that conversation of emotions away from emotions and simply make it about dignity, I think that that's something that could really change the conversation and foster it differently. If I was to kind of ask all three of you to kind of encapsulate this idea of what and how students can identify dignity, how would you kind of encompass it in a few words? Mariam?
I would say for students all over the globe, this is not limited to Pakistan. They take it as face value. Like I said, they don't look at the deeper levels of its and its implications, its ramifications in their lives and the people's lives that they're influencing. They only think of it as something like dil rakhne wali baat hai. That's how they usually take it as. They think they think that we're just trying to make the other not feel bad. It's emotional, it's a conscious effort, but it doesn't have to be a conscious effort. It can be as simple as practicing it in your daily life so that it becomes unconscious, and so that when it becomes unconscious, every single person it becomes a domino effect. If someone treats you with dignity, you return that to someone else. And so we become this positive loop, and we become this community that's inspiring each other and uplifting each other to do better.
May I just extend the same question?
Yeah, I'll give an example. A friend of mine is a teacher in Brooklyn, New York City, of 12-year-olds, so seventh graders, and he said he's been doing the same job for 10 years in the school, and he said before he started to do the dignity workshops, which are really simple, they're all on our website, but the questions are simple. First, when can you tell a story of when you were treated with dignity or dignity was honored, and how did it make you feel? And then the harder one, which is where the emotions are, when were you humiliated or not treated with dignity, and how did that make you feel? He does this now every September with these, 30 kids, 12-year-olds. They come into the room with all kinds of like boy-girl issues, anxiety about how they look, all this like pent-up emotion in like who they are as people. Their classmates don't really know them as people. But after they do these workshops and then they tell some stories of people like Nelson Mandela, who lived a life really infused with dignity, even forgiving his jailers who locked him up for 28 years. He focuses on that as the first month of school, and he said he's going to do a data on the results. But the whole tenor of the classroom, people started to know each other, feel a sense of community, belonging, all the stereotypes, all the fears, all the barriers, the walls melted, and that these young people really worked as a team. And so the classroom management issues that you often have in middle school were gone. And he said the interesting thing is that everyone's work, every single student's work went way up in terms of the year before, because they were all ready to learn, because they felt self-confidence, they felt trusted, they felt safety in the room, they felt like they knew each other, they knew the teacher. It was like a human, just like a beautiful sense of community and belonging. And I think it translates to the results as he's seeing it for academics. And for him as a teacher, what a joy to live in that classroom, teach in that classroom every day versus what walked in September 3rd. So I think that's an example is how to make it real and how to make it, how to build community over these very simple questions that bring out so much in each of us.
I completely agree. I think that the concept is one that should not be complicated. I think it's a very simple concept, and I think it should remain simple. It should be shared very simply, because I think that's the best way to have it be understood by the masses, or the maximum number of people at least. I just want to take this to Ms. Rania. How difficult is it to incorporate dignity as part of a school setup?
I don't think so. It is difficult because, as I just have mentioned, and maybe Cynthia have also shared that previously, it's a human nature. We just need to go with our nature. We tend to be kind. We tend to be, that's a human nature thing. If we work against the nature, I think that where it would be difficult. I will give a very simple example. We used to do in schools for those students, new joiners of a school. We created a buddy system. Like a new student can be or a senior student can be a buddy of that new student to make him feel home, to make him feel, comfortable in the school, getting to know the system and accepted and welcomed among the other peers. So small practices, it's not a rocket science. I mean, it's a small thing that we can open a small discussion among our students and talk about it. And I'm sure that our students are very creative when it comes to ideas, and because at the end it is a way for them to express their thoughts, express the ideas and their rights that they are believing and what they believe that they want to see in their school. So involving the students in such discussion also would be very helpful, because it will make the discussion more rich and make the initiatives and ideas as well very rich and well practiced in the school on the long run.
Of course, I think the experience has to be about making this an enriching experience for the students. But I think, and this next question is very relevant here. With so much knowledge and so many things to learn, and it becomes inevitably very difficult for students to adapt to these various different habits that they're being kind of endowed with. How can you kind of, and students generally do face discouragement as well as a consequence of that. How do you think we can show dignity, and do you think that this is or could we develop a system that is persistent and evolves over time? I'm happy for any of the panelists to share their thoughts on the subject.
May I? I actually wanted to add on to what Ms. Rania said, because I think in institutions, from a student's perspective, when we create programs where we're trying to assign people with each other and to build these bonds, at most cases it works really well. And but my own experience, I think especially with, since you in UAE and there's a lot of multinational students there, that sort of relates to my experience, because I was in Saudi Arabia for my childhood, all of my childhood, and there I faced a lot of subliminal marginalization through a series of things. And even in class 4, I mean, children as young as 9 and 10 had these things instilled in them. And so I think having well, coming back to the sort of the idea of these programs, I think for most cases there's still this, even when students are appointed to be these ambassadors of change, they still have these preconceived notions and these reservations about their own, even if it's suppressed, their own sort of feelings about that person or their class, their age, their sex, whatever things that they think divides them from each other. And so I would like to just say, as a student, I think instilling, and something that I've experienced in college recently, is something that my seniors have taught me in a span of 2 or 3 months, and that kindness comes from within. It's not something that they learned in college or in school, that you should treat your juniors with respect, or a program that made them be helpful to me and to my peers. And I think it's something that inspires me to be like them in the future as well. And so this continuation and this cycle, like I said, really helps to continue this feedback loop and this positivity that inspires every student to be the best that they can, because in the end, everything that you do reflects both on yourself and your value system.
Very well said. I think that it's important that as a part of this conversation, we need to know from the students that we're teaching as to what their feelings are like. As Ms. Cynthia has already pointed out, that I think this conversation needs to extend beyond what we know and what we've learned, to engage our own students in our own classrooms and set up models that are more localized to where we want to implement them. If I could just have closing remarks about empathy and acceptance, and how well acquainted do we think we are with those concepts, and how we'd like to see them in the future. Ms. Rania.
Definitely, there are important values, empathy, and the acceptance to the other people, accepting yourself as a start, and then allowing the other people as well accept you in the community. These are all very important values and norms. We as a school, we make sure that we want to instill them in our generation, either directly or indirectly. And I would say that as a Beacon House school, we also follow this learning profile system that I believe most of the Beacon House schools that they follow here. And we focus on these important values in our pedagogy and our different practices across the school through different practices and different occasions. as I said before, we lead by example. We need to practice kindness and empathy on our daily routine, I would say, as teachers, as leaders, educators, so our students can learn these good values from us, and it becomes a natural habit at a certain point in the school.
Great, thank you very much.
I can't remember if it's Nelson Mandela or Martin Luther King, two great leaders of dignity, but the quote goes something like this: people are not born to hate, they're taught to hate. And if they can be taught to hate, they can be taught to love. So, I mean, a little bit different perspective. Yes, we have both inside of us as human beings, the potential to harm and hate, and the potential to love and heal. So I think part of this dignity conversation is how do schools, which are educating, the next generation, the guardians of the future, help teach love and forgiveness and compassion and honoring dignity, rather than doing what so many other people in the world are doing, which is practicing hate and violence of the other.
Mariam.
And much the same, I think my generation, I keep referring to my generation because we like to be heard, and we have a voice that demands to make a difference. And I think in that pursuit of making a difference, we equally, I want to thank all of you for making this such an important aspect of dignity, because really a lot of times, in my experience as well, there's been times where it's overlooked, and it's sort of not an iterative process anymore. It's just an act that you force sometimes, if you feel like it, if you're in a good mood. So I think the continual iterative process of practicing dignity is something inside and outside the classroom, with a student, whether it's while you're teaching, after you're teaching, in an institutional environment. I think every part, every step of your step of your classroom experience, and every step of your educational experience has to be lined with dignity, no matter what you do.
Ali, maybe I would love to share a personal story about myself here. When I was
Please.
a child, it was very hard for me to say the word sorry, to apologize. I don't know, maybe I used to have a lot of dignity. This part I'm not sure. But I used to think maybe if I'm going to say sorry, that will kind of take from my dignity in a way. But we learned it definitely the hard way. Now it's the easiest approach, I would say, as a leader. If sorry is going to solve the problem and make the life continue and make the things just be okay, and so let's say it. I mean, that's very simple. Then I'm sorry. I would say it over and over if it's going to be what is going to solve the problem at the end. So it is at a certain point, we believe it's intrinsic, but it is extrinsic. We gain these type of good values by time if we have the good mentors and good people around us who can orient us the right way, I would say.
I completely agree. And I think that a good way to start that would just be to start with being kinder to each other, would just be to start with accepting those around us and being more helpful to the people that we are talking to every day. Thank you very much. On behalf of Beacon House, I thank Ms. Cynthia, Ms. Rania, Ms. Mariam, and Mr. Amir, who joined us online, along with the audience members for participating in the SOT Edition 15, Guardians of the Future. Please be sure to give us feedback, for which you'll receive an email through the registered email you've shared with us. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, UBL, and all others without whom this would have not been possible. I would also encourage all audience members to visit the exhibits that we have, which engage with a lot of different things and varieties. I would also like to encourage all audience members to look at other sessions that are happening that may be similar in topics and have topics that extend to all realms of life. Thank you very much for joining us. This is Ali Chattha saying goodbye. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin the next session in afternoon with Jeffrey Archer shortly. You would not want to miss this out. Thank you. I would like to welcome you to Guardians of the Future, the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events. The non-profit School of Tomorrow event series was launched by Beacon House in 2000 as a part of its CSR and to help inform the directions of the organization while also engaging global communities in conversations shaping the future of schools and societies. My name is Gana Naveed, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you today to this live session at the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events about An Afternoon with Jeffrey Archer. In order to formally start today's event, we would like to thank UBL for its continued support for School of Tomorrow over the past many years. Once again, UBL is our main sponsor for the 15th edition. Other sponsors include My Backpack, MK Books, Paramount Books, and PTCL. Lastly, we also thank Google and the Google team who are here with us today as partners and speakers. Before proceeding any further, I would like to share some important instructions to ensure smooth execution of the event. Please remember to turn your cell phones on silent. Please know that the emergency exit point is towards my right. Most importantly, be calm and follow the directions as is informed. The restrooms for men are on the ground floor. The restrooms for ladies are on the first floor. At any time, if you need any assistance, ushers are available. If you have any questions, kindly note them on the flashcards available with the ushers. After 45 minutes, the panel discussion will come to an end. The last 15 minutes will be used for question and answers. Our host for today is Ms. Bilkis Meir. She is an IBDP student at TNS Beacon House and head of book club. She's a member of National English Honors Society and an avid reader of many renowned authors, including Jeffrey Archer, whose fast-paced, thrilling novels she finds particularly enjoyable. She's also a frequent contributor to the school newspaper. Over to Ms. Bilkis Meir now.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Our guest for today's session is internationally renowned literary icon and former member of the House of Commons, Mr. Jeffrey Archer. With sales of over 275 million copies in 97 countries and 51 languages, he is the only author to have been a #1 bestseller in fiction, short stories, and nonfiction. His latest novel, Next in Line, is the latest of the William Morrick series and was recently published in September 2022. The Times called Mr. Archer the greatest storyteller of our age. If you have any questions for Mr. Archer, kindly note them on the flashcards available with the ushers for the Q&A at the end of the interview. Moving on. Our interviewer this afternoon is Mr. Iqbal Zafaruddin Ahmed, a noted businessman and philanthropist. He has pioneered green initiatives in Port Qasim by planting over 50,000 mangrove saplings and has supported the arts, education, and clean drinking water initiatives. Mr. Ahmed presently serves as the chairman of SIMS, Services Institute of Medical Sciences, and the LLF, Lahore Literary Festival. He is also a trustee of the Fazkar Foundation. Thank you for being here, Mr. Iqbal. Over to you, sir.
I'll start again. Jeffrey Howard Archer, the greatest storyteller of all time. His varied experience in life, unparalleled by any other writer that I can think of, and perhaps you can think of. What made him Jeffrey Archer? What made him, or what are his thoughts, and what is his processes, and how does he write? What are the intuitions that he has when he writes? Well, he's 82 and I'm 76, so we are the past generation. But I would certainly like I would certainly like to hear Jeffrey's views on how he thinks the future for all of us. We who are living in the developing countries would very much want to know the way of thinking and where goes tomorrow. Let us know what we can do. What made you Jeffrey Archer? What can we learn from your life? We are all very impressed. These are figures that you have sold over 300 million copies of your publications, 42 books. Each one has been a success, from Cain and Abel, Not a Penny More, Not a Penny Less, and onward. It's been a success story unparalleled in history. So without any further ado, Jeffrey, and after acknowledging that it is one of the greatest honors of my life to be able to speak to you, I would let you move forward and tell us your story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a delight to be with you today. It's an interesting question you've raised, and I see several young people in the audience. And it makes me say that I will aim a lot of my remarks towards them, because I think at the age of 82, looking back on a career as a writer, I would say, frankly, there is no substitute for damned hard work. It doesn't really matter how talented you are. If you're not willing to put the work in, you will not succeed. I always say you should go to the ballet. And people say, why should I go to the ballet, Jeffrey? And I say, because you'll see the prima ballerina on the stage, and you will know from how brilliant she is that how many hours she must have put in to be the prima ballerina. And then you will look behind the prima ballerina and you will see the young dancers behind her who have worked just as many hours just to be on the stage with her. And then you have to think about all the thousands of young women who would love to be on the stage but won't make it. It's no different for writers. If you want to be #1 on the New York Times bestsellers list, you have to put in the same amount of hours as the prima ballerina. Now, I'm bound to admit that the art of storytelling is different to writing. Anyone who's had a good education, anyone who's well read, should be able to write well. But storytelling is a God-given gift. I was never going to be a ballet dancer, but I was given this remarkable opportunity with the gift of being able to tell a story. So all of you who want to achieve something, all the young people here who want to achieve something, will have to realize, first, you try and work out what that talent is and where it will take you. But secondly, there is no substitute for hard work. I rise at 5:30 in the morning. I do a 2-hour writing session from 6 until 8. I take a 2-hour break. I do the second 2-hour writing session from 10 until 12. I take a 2-hour break. I do a third writing session from 2 until 4. I take a 2-hour break. I do a final writing session of the day between 6 and 8 in the evening. And after a light supper, go to bed around 9:30, 10, up again at 5:30 the next morning. The first draft takes me about 45 days, 300 hours, and it is the first draft. The latest book, Next in Line, which is part of the William Warwick series, the book you have in front of you is the 14th draft. I wish there was a shortcut. I wish age had taught me how to make it easier, but it hasn't. I'm afraid a lot of people finish a book. They've done it once and they think they're finished, and they hand it in and they're disappointed by the fact that some people think it's not quite good enough. So don't show a book you've written to anyone until you're satisfied it's the best you can do. In my own case, my first book was called Not a Penny More, Not a Penny Less. And it was rejected by 16 publishers, turned down. Letters saying, good try, but not good enough. The 17th publisher, Jonathan Cape, decided to publish it. But they only printed 3,000 copies. And it took a year to sell those 3,000 copies. And the second book, they printed 8,000 copies. Shall we tell the president? But my big breakthrough in your country, indeed all over the world, was when I wrote a book called Cain and Abel. That changed my life overnight. 1 million copies were sold worldwide in the first week, and it's now on its 132nd reprint. Now, the point here is you mustn't give up if things don't go too well to begin with. Because if you're a brand new author, you have to find an audience, and then you have to build an audience. And if you've done well, they'll come back to you for the next book. So if you're determined to be a writer, or you want to be a writer, or you want to know about writing, don't assume you're going to be a big hit overnight. That does happen, but it's very, very rare. The normal way is an author builds up over the years until they're established. And I suspect, looking at that audience, and I can see some very intelligent looking young women, they'll take this in. And the next thing you have to remember is that your country has the reputation for damned hard work, and now producing a generation which is very exciting, really innovative and exciting. So you have a good chance now. And I go back to the women in the audience, if I may. I'm married to a very remarkable woman. My wife chaired one of England's great hospitals, Cambridge University Trust Hospital. And she won Hospital of the Year twice in her last 3 years as chairman, and the Queen made her a Dame. So she's now Dame Mary. And she became the chairman of the Science Museum in Great Britain, the first woman ever to chair a national gallery or museum. Now, you young women sitting in that audience, you have much more opportunity. Many more doors are open. And there's no need for you to be frightened of any man. You can go and beat them any day of the week. And good luck to you. So that my career has gone on. I'm now 82 years old. And I sit here with, considering I've had a wonderful and privileged life, I still, which is important, I still enjoy writing. I still get a kick out of it. It's still a thrill. If it stopped, I can tell you, I would stop. But I'm not going to stop. Now, I've learned over the years, with every different audiences all over the world. Last week, I was speaking to a Canadian audience, an American audience, an Australian audience, and now I'm with you today. I've learned over the years that it's from the questions I really learn what you would like to know about. So with your permission, I will throw this open to receive questions. But thank you very much indeed for allowing me to address you.
Jeff, you started writing about 40 years ago at a young age. You had many successful careers. You have been a politician, you have been an elected representative, you have been a peer, you had your share of problems, and you have been a philanthropist. How were you able to mix all these careers together? And then you also told us about your schedule, daily schedule. Does it give you time to concentrate on other things, or now are you totally dedicated and committed to writing?
At the moment, I have to admit that my life is pretty well full-time writing. I have a hobby, which is charity auctioneering. I'm a show-off. I love being on the center of the stage. So, and auctioneering gives me the opportunity to raise money for some wonderful charities. And over the years, I've raised £72 million for different charities, and that's my hobby. I also love the theatre, and I'm a collector of art. So that's what I've most enjoyed doing. But you're quite right in asking the question, how do you concentrate on more than one thing at once? You're quite right. I was distracted after about 7 books. Margaret Thatcher rang me up and asked me to come and be the deputy chairman of the Conservative Party and run the constituencies for the next general election. And I couldn't resist it. I couldn't resist her, and I couldn't resist it. And so I had an amazing time, 11 years working for Margaret Thatcher, which I don't regret, because out of it came many stories, and I met many fascinating and interesting people. And if you're going to tell a story, if you're going to write a book, you need to meet people. You need to mix. I mean, if you look at an author like R.K. Narayan, who I'm a huge admirer of, you will see that his ability to tell you about ordinary people, to tell you about people he's met, is an amazing gift. And he taught me that the more people you meet, the more you can mix, the more you will have something to put on paper.
Wonderful. When do you get the time to actually think about your next book or your next plot? Because your writing is very varied. It is now it has become more a thriller writing and a very complicated plots. And, there have been very complicated plots in some of the books. Over the ages, it is becoming bolder, better, and more complicated. What has been the influence in making that? Has the sale of books or the type of books which you wrote influenced the next stories, or how do you select what you're writing? Is it a dream that you get and you wake up in the morning and start writing, or is that something better than that?
You mustn't be influenced by what you described as the sale of the books. Every one of you in that audience who is thinking of writing a short story, writing an essay, writing a book, must write about something you know about. Don't write about violence because that's selling books. Don't write ghost stories because that's selling books. Don't use bad language because that's selling books. Don't use sex stories because that's selling books. Do what you are at ease with. Look at Jane Austen. Look at Charles Dickens. They told a story and you had to turn the page. So do what suits you. And if the public like it, and certainly if it's something you know about, they will know you know about it. So whatever suits you, and hope the page will be turned. In answer to the second part of your question, ideas come all the time. I can't stop them. Every day of my life, ideas come. And once the first draft, which is pretty well the basic story, has been finished, Yes, one does add sentences, one does add paragraphs, one does add new ideas, but the basic story is in the brain the day I pick up the pen on January the 1st every year and move it for the first time. Sometimes I know 2 or 3 pages ahead if I'm lucky. A chapter would be remarkable because sometimes the book takes you in a different direction. So if you plan it right the way through, you'll suddenly find you've gone off there when you were meant to go off there. So that doesn't work for me. I know a few pages, and frankly, I then pray. And I've been very, very lucky because I've never had writer's block. I've never not got to the end, but I've equally never had a letter in 46 years saying, "Dear Jeffrey, I knew exactly how it was going to end." If I don't know how it's going to end, how can you know how it's going to end?
Interesting. Another question I have for you is, world's biggest selling author ever. Many careers.
I'm sorry?
Many careers. Something to be proud of in everything you ever did. How does it feel? Does it make you humble or does it make you an egoist?
It makes you worried because every time you sit down for the next book, you think you've sold 275 million books around the world. You better not let them down. Maybe that's another reason I do 14 drafts every time. It's another, no, so the answer to your question, it's very humbling at one level. And I'll tell you why. If you decide today to go and watch a film, that'll take you a couple of hours. If you decide to Twitter a bit or bash around on the phone, that'll take you 30 minutes. If you go and see a play or an opera, it'll may take 2, possibly 3 hours. But if you commit to a book, you're committing probably to at least 8 hours. So I feel very privileged when someone tells me they've read one of my books and discusses it with me, because I know how long they've had to put aside to read my book. So any author, frankly, is privileged to have one reader, let alone millions. So every single time I'm aware, conscious how lucky I am, and it drives me to try even harder. I'm currently in the middle of a series called the William Warwick series, the story of a detective, a young boy when he leaves school wants to become a detective. And I'm determined to write 8 books with this young man. He starts as a constable in the Metropolitan Police Force, and you follow his life through 8 different books, and all 8 will be separate. But the first one was about art fraud. The second one was about drugs. The third one was about police corruption. The fourth one was about murder. And the one I'm working on at the moment, next in line, which has just come out, is about royalty protection, and in particular, the protection of Princess Diana. Now, I had the privilege and honor of working with Princess Diana as an auctioneer, as a charity auctioneer, and we became friends over the years. Indeed, she asked me to be with her on the day she withdrew from public life, when she made that famous speech about withdrawing from public life. She asked me to be with her. So we became friends over the years. And 25 years later, this particular William Warwick book, next in line, was about royalty protection. So I decided to make her the subject and to have one of my police officers, not William, Mr. Ross, Inspector Ross, Ross Hogan, would be her personal protection officer. So I remembered the personal protection officer who worked with Princess Diana when I knew her. So I went to see him and listened to all the stories and remembered many of them because I'd been involved in them. So she is the center of the book. And what you have to decide if you read it is how much of it is true and how much of it I made up.
And that is what makes your writing very interesting, because I have this feeling that in many of the books you have intermingled truths with fiction. And because the truth is based on your experiences or your hearsay, that makes it very fascinating. And that is one reason which I believe is responsible for the sales of your books. So tell us, how do you do that? Where
Well,
does it mingle with fiction? And how do you do it?
you've got to be careful, because I'm not in the game of offending people. I'm in the game, I'm an entertainer. I want you to turn the page. So if you've worked with Margaret Thatcher or you've worked with Princess Diana and you intermingle it, sometimes you make it up, because you can't always know the conversations they've had with a particular person. And sometimes it's accurate because you were there and you experienced it. And the secret, if I dare to answer your question, the secret is you've got to intermingle it in a way so that the reader doesn't know which it is.
That is very, very impressive. And how are you seeing now your next decade? How many books are you going to write?
Well, I'm 82. So I'm halfway through.
I'm asking for
Warwick.
I'm
I've got
asking
to live to 86 to finish the William Warwicks. So all of you in the audience, start praying.
I'm asking for your plans of up to 92.
Well, as I say, royalty protection is the next one, which you have in the bookshops now. The one I'm working on at the moment is called A Queen's Ransom, and is about something that happens with Queen Elizabeth II and the royal family. I do know the vague subject of the one after, because he goes into diplomatic protection. And the one after that, I know the subject is the Olympic Games and the problems the police face in the Olympic Games. But that's 83, 84, 85. So please don't ask me what I'm going to do at 86, because I might not be here.
We'll hope and pray that you'll be there, and you'll be there to entertain us for many more years. But Jeffrey, what I would like to know is, you've had your share of problems and your share of fame and your share of privilege and honor. What makes you tick? What makes Jeffrey Archer? What led you in life to become what you are?
Well, I would say on that, the most important thing when you're in trouble, and you're quite right, I've had troubles, and everyone in the audience during their lives will have problems and will have troubles. Where I got very lucky is a wonderful wife and a wonderful family. When you're at your lowest, if they are still there, I mean, I was in debt 40 years ago for 400,000 when I wrote Not a Penny More, Not a Penny Less. And the advance was 3,000. Now, even the weakest mathematicians in the audience can take 3,000 from 400,000 and see that it wasn't, it didn't make much of a dent. It wasn't until Cain and Abel, when it went absolutely wild, that I went back into being what one might call nouveau riche. So yes, with problems, I would say, if you're very lucky, you'll find the right partner. You'll have a good, strong family behind you. And then when things go wrong, you have a solid base. If you don't have that, I agree, it would be a problem. And I would say to you, what makes me tick? I'm very energetic. I'm very enthusiastic. I always believe I can do the next thing. And I've a string of wonderful friends and family who've stood by me in good times and in bad.
So the strength comes from real relationships, from hardcore relationships which are sustainable, your wife, your children, your true friends. What about your friendships? You told us about Princess Diana. We know how much respect Margaret Thatcher had for you. Who else have you dealt with in life? And what have you learned from them?
Well, I love my sport. So I suspect there'll be one or two in the audience who love their sport. So I've learned a lot from the game of cricket and the people I've met over the years. I began life at Oxford. I was a runner myself. My first love was cricket. I always wanted to captain the England cricket team. It was a minor disadvantage that I couldn't bat, bowl, or field, and so I became a runner. But over the years have made many, many friends in the cricketing world, particularly on your continent, because you play the game so brilliantly. So whether it be the Nawab of Patodi, who I was at Oxford with, or Imran Khan, who came to see me because he wanted to go into politics when I was a young member of parliament. So meeting those sort of people, I think the game of cricket teaches you too certain standards, certain things that are right and wrong. So sport has played a great role in my life, and I commend it to anyone, particularly in your country, because you're so damn good at it. But that's one of the features. And other friends, well, do you know, you don't have to have rich and famous friends. You have decent friends. I could name so many people that you would never have heard of, but they've been good friends over the years. They've been loyal and honest and decent, and they're the ones you cling on to most. So yes, I've had the privilege of meeting Mother Teresa. I've had the privilege of meeting Mandela. I've had the privilege of working with Margaret Thatcher and Princess Diana. But I can name a lot more simple, decent people who've influenced me every bit as much.
Do you consider politics to be an honorable profession?
Well, I think one of the sad things is when I first went into it 50 years ago, it was very, very respected and very honorable. I think today it's changed a lot. And one of the sad things is there are some thoroughly decent people in politics. They don't get noticed because of the crooks, criminals, thieves, and others who try to get in as well. But you know, I was a guest last night at the Indian High Commission, and I saw 3 British politicians there, 3 of the finest men I've ever met in my life. Why are they never mentioned in the press? Because they don't do anything wrong. The press loves someone who does something wrong, and they can have big headlines about what they've done. Not all politicians are bad. Not all doctors are good. Not all lawyers are good. Not all architects are good. But the answer to your question is, it's you're the person you are. If you are honorable, that's fine. Don't assume that every single person who wishes to give service, therefore, isn't honorable.
Interesting. How are you seeing from your perspective, because you are a writer, to write you have to read, and to read you have to have a wide lens for understanding things. How do you see that the emerging countries or the developing countries will fare in today's economic conditions, and the impact the current energy crisis, the current world situation have on the development of the population, on the growth of population, mental growth of the population in our countries like us? And what is the key for us forward? What would be, apart from hard work, what would be your key advice to people like us from Pakistan, and particularly to the youth of Pakistan?
Well, when I look at that audience again, I see what I see in Pakistan, I see what I see in India. When I see rows of young women with incredibly bright, intelligent faces. They are going to take over the world. That's the first thing I'll tell you. We've got to wake up. We've now got, in Britain, we've now got an Indian Prime Minister in Great Britain. Because why? He's blooming bright. He did an MBA at Harvard, and he's already been Financial Secretary and Chancellor of the Exchequer by the age of 42. So if I live to 160, I think you'll find the whole place is run by you lot, and I will just be collecting my old age pension. But on to the more serious part of your question. We do live in a very troubled world. We're currently facing a recession, and what we have to make sure in every country is that it doesn't affect, I'm talking as an 82-year-old, it doesn't affect our grandchildren, that they are perpetually in debt because of our mistake. We must make sure that doesn't happen, number one. Number two, what is happening in Ukraine is terrible. I mean, Putin is as evil as Stalin. He's as evil as Hitler. He's just sent 200,000 more young people to the front line to fight Ukraine, and they're not even trained. So they will die. They will be killed because of this thoroughly evil man who doesn't care how many people die as long as he thinks he's won. Well, he's not going to win, and he's a bad man. And I'm happy to say that I think about a third of the Russian people have now worked it out. 1/3 aren't sure and 1/3 are brainwashed. But we must admire the great courage of the Ukrainian people to take on a battle which is our battle. Because if Putin wins this battle, who will be next? So the young people in your audience are facing many new problems. And none of us want evil dictators as our leaders. We want strong, decent, honest people. And that man, Putin, is as evil as they come. I quite happily couple him with Hitler and with Stalin as a man who doesn't care how many people die as long as he gets what he wants. That's a massive problem for the next generation. Then you have, and taking another extreme, putting that on one side if one can, the people in the audience who are listening to me today, those young people in the audience listening to me today, you're going to live to 100. We assume, when I was a young man, you assumed that you sort of retired at 65 and you conveniently died at 70. Those days have gone. My wife is 77 and she's running the Science Museum. I'm 82 and you've just got my latest book. Your generation will live to 100 and you'll have to get ready for that. Gone are the days when people make way at 65 for the next generation. You'll have to work out how it's possible to have a world in which people go on working for much longer. And you'll have to work out how to pay their retirement, how to pay their pensions, how it's going to be a whole new, it's already started, but it's going to be a whole new world. But it's your generation who are going to have to face those problems. I've been very lucky. I was born at the end of the Second World War. I was born in 1940, and by the time the war ended, I was 6 years old. So I never had a world war. And COVID came along when I was 78 years old. So it was a fairly golden generation for my generation. You have new problems, new things to worry about, and it isn't going to be any easier. Now, some things are more wonderful. Our health is better. We're living to a greater age because of drugs, because of excellent doctors. We're having better chance, but that will bring with it its own problems. And I envy you at one level, sitting in that audience and saying, I'm going to be part of that. And in another way, I don't, because I can't see, to answer your question, I can't see what's going to, things change so quickly nowadays. I can't see where we'll be in 30 years' time.
Thank you for that. Before I hand over to the audience for questions, Bilkis will be doing that portion. One last question. Give us a magic wand by which we can make the world more inclusive and more equitable?
I wish it could be done with a magic wand. The trouble is that I listened to part of the peaceful discussion that was going on among the 4 panel earlier, and couldn't agree more. If you are able to love rather than hate, if you're able to give rather than take, you'll have a better world. But we all know there are some pretty unpleasant people out there who are more interested in themselves than other people. But I, in the end, remain optimistic. In my life, I've met so many wonderful people who give service, love their country, will work for it, that I remain optimistic. And I think the next generation is actually the most exciting I've ever seen. And I wish you all in Pakistan the chance to make things better. All I would say to you is, if you see something is wrong, have the courage to say so. The mistakes that are happening in Russia, the mistakes that happened in Germany so many years ago, were because decent, middle-class, well-educated people didn't stand up and do something about it. Do something if you think something is wrong.
Well, Jeffrey, it's been an honor talking to you. As always, you've come out strong and clear-minded, clear-headed. Thank you for all that you have said. And I will now like to invite Bilquis to take questions from the audience and present them to you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Before I continue on to the audience Q&A, Mr. Archer, I had a couple of questions for you myself. You mentioned that you are going to write 8 novels in the William Morrick series. Why is that? Do you always decide how many novels you'll write in a series, like in the Clifton Chronicles?
No, I've never decided before. The Clifton Chronicles started off as 3, then I thought it was going to be 5, and then Emma and Harry were only 45 at the end of the 5th book, so they ended up as 7. But with this one, I've always decided that he would go from constable to sergeant to inspector to chief inspector to superintendent to chief superintendent to commander to commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. So it was the ranks that decided how many books there would be. And I then thought, I'll have 8 different subjects, 8 different ranks. And if I remind you, because you clearly weren't listening to the earlier part of this question, I will be 86 when I get to book 8. So please don't ask me what I'm going to do after that.
Well, I am going to ask you, what continues to drive your literary aspirations? I mean, you're still doing this at your age. Why?
It's not an easy question to answer, but I would say to you very politely, without any vanity at all. I'm proud, but I'm not vain. If you continue to go to number 1 on bestsellers lists in 97 countries, in 41 languages, it makes you get out of bed in the morning. So I've been very, very lucky.
You also mentioned previously you struggled before you released Cain and Abel, which was your hit in 1979. What do you think was the success factor behind that?
Do you know, I wish I knew. I wrote the book. It got auctioned in America and sold for 3,200,000. And those of you who've been paying attention will remember I was in debt for 400,000. So it kind of changed my life overnight. In fact, I was able to buy the house. I'm sitting in my wife's study at the moment, but I'm able to buy the house I'm living in and have lived in for the last 40 years. But if you had said to me, Jeffrey, 1 million people will read it in the first week, I just wouldn't have believed you. If you'd said to me You're now on the 132nd edition of Cain and Abel, and it's the 11th most successful book in history. No, how could I possibly know that? And the answer to your question is I haven't got a blooming clue, but I'm very grateful.
My last question is, art and literature are both forms of expression. In 2020, Paul Cox illustrated your recent short story collection, The Short, the Long, and the Tall. Do you feel that art and literature are intertwined?
Well, I think talent in the art world is. I love the theatre. I love good writing, so I love books, and I love art. And I think if that's the world you're in, you should try to broaden your interests all the time. I confess, my wife has a great knowledge of opera and music, which I don't have, and I envy her. But partly it's because I love the theatre, love art, and so we have slightly differing interests. But yes, I would say to any person, I mean, I'll tell you the truth about the art. At the age of, I think I was 16, I fell in love with a girl called Jill, who was going to go to university and study art. And the only way I could get to see her, because she wasn't that interested in me, was to troop around art galleries with her. And then I fell out of love with her and fell in love with the art. And the art's been going on now for 70 years. I've been loving the art. So I became a collector. I have a little knowledge, and my two closest friends, Chris Beatles and Simon Bainbridge, are real experts on art. So having their friendship for 60 years has made my knowledge quite good. And I steal from them all the time and then put it in the books.
I'd like to move on to the Q&A session. The first question from the audience is, what have you learned over 82 years, meeting so many wise people? What do you think is the essence of life?
Gosh, that's an almost impossible question to answer. But I would say, if you give more than you receive, you'll be surprised how beneficial it is.
Why have you had a go at every style of writing? You've written novels, plays, children's books. Did you vacillate between different styles, or was it a conscious choice that you made?
No, sometimes when I collect short stories from real human beings. Whenever I'm traveling around the world, people tell me stories. And just occasionally, one of them's a little bit of magic. I would say out of the 92 short stories I've written, that 60 have come from people telling me an incident, telling me something that happened in their life. People don't have a novel. It's not true. Everyone has a novel in them. That's not true. But everyone has a damn good short story. And they probably don't even know they have it themselves because it's part of their life. And they take it for granted. But while I'm out there looking, I sometimes get some amazing short stories. Plays, I wrote 3 plays because I love the theatre. I wrote 3 short stories because when my my 2 sons were 5 and 7, they were going to school and everybody was saying, they're the children of the man who wrote Cain and Abel. And so they obviously they couldn't read Cain and Abel at the age of 5. So I had to sit down and write 3 short stories specially for them. And I never meant them to be published in anywhere. And it's been a big shock that they've been a big success because I wrote them 40 years ago. So yes, you're quite right. I've had a dabble at everything. But the thing I love most is the novel. That is the biggest challenge, to make you turn the page, to make you want to go on, to keep you guessing the whole time until the very last page. It's the novel that I enjoy most.
In your opinion, what should be that one book that can lead the women of today on the right direction?
Why women of today? Why not men as well?
It was an audience question.
There must be 1 or 2 men in that audience. Stop being so chauvinistic. Much as I love women, men have a right to be equal as well. The answer to what was the question? Sorry, what would I? Sorry, what was the question? What would I advise the women of today? Well, you've never had a better opportunity. When I was a young man, I give you an example. How many of you seen on the television the Chinese leader being elected for the third time? There he is, standing in front of rows and rows and rows and rows of what? Men. Be thankful you're in a country where women are now gaining equality. It's very important to tell these other countries who think women are second class to wake up, particularly the United States, who still haven't had a woman president. Are you telling me in 300 million people they haven't got a woman better than Donald Trump or Biden? I don't believe it. So yes, there's a great opportunity for women, and grab it. Assume you're as good, if not better, than every man you come up against, because the world is going to be yours. But men in the audience, don't give up.
Any favorite authors, Mr. Archer?
I do have one particular author who I admire tremendously. He's an Austrian. He was an Austrian Jew who escaped from Hitler. His name is Stefan Zweig. I think Beware of Pity. He only wrote 2 novels. He committed suicide because he thought Hitler was going to win the war. He was the biggest bestseller in the world in 1945, 46, 47. He then fell out of fashion and he's now come back. And I think he is acknowledged as one of the great writers of all time. So Stefan Zweig would be my #1 hero. When I grow up, and I'm still looking forward to that, when I grow up, I want to be Stefan Zweig.
Last question. Do you think English storytelling is degenerating or just changing as all things do?
Well, I think it moves with the times. If you look at Dickens dominating that great Victorian era, they're stories of the time. And we all move with the time. And you come through to the modern day. I have to write about modern politics, modern big business, modern art, whatever it might be. And so you write what you need to write at the time. And frankly, you pray that the public will enjoy it, because in the end, you know, there's only one person who decides whether you will be a best-selling author. That's the public. They decide. You can put posters up. You can go on television. You can advertise. But if the book's no damn good, the public won't buy it. They're not that stupid. You have to deliver every single time.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. On behalf of Beacon House, I thank Mr. Jeffrey Archer and Mr. Iqbal Z. Ahmed, along with our audience, for participating in SOT Edition 15, Guardians of the Future. Please share your feedback regarding the session via an email you will receive from the SOT team. Do also visit our immersive art exhibit, Coexist, Co-Exit, and our Classrooms of Tomorrow exhibits spread across the venue. We also thank our lead sponsor, United Bank Limited, for their continued support, as well as our other sponsors, without whom it would not be possible for us to bring this event to you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
And I'd like to say thank you as well. Thank you very much for the privilege of allowing me to address you, and may I wish all of you good luck in the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Beacon House School System, the organizer of School of Tomorrow events, I would like to welcome you to Guardians of the Future, the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events. The non-profit School of Tomorrow event series was launched by Beacon House in 2000 as a part of its CSR and to help inform the directions of the organization while also engaging global communities in conversations shaping the future of schools and societies. My name is Gana Naveed, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you to today's live session at the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events for the session Ready to Take Off, Startups and Meta Economy. In order to formally start today's event, we would like to thank UBL for its continued support for School of Tomorrow over the past many years. Once again, UBL is our main sponsor for the 15th edition. Other sponsors include My Backpack, MK Books, Paramount Books, and PTCL. Lastly, we also thank Google and the Google team who are here with us today as partners and speakers. Before proceeding any further, I would like to share some important instructions to ensure smooth execution of the event. Please remember to turn your cell phones on silent. Please note that the emergency exit is towards my right, and most importantly, stay calm and follow the directions as informed. The restrooms for men are on the ground floor. The restrooms for ladies are on the first floor. At any time, if you need any assistance, ushers are available. If you have any questions, kindly note them on a flashcard available with the ushers. After 45 minutes, the panel discussion will come to an end, and the last 15 minutes will be used for question and answers. Our prestigious moderator for today is Mr. Jazeb Zahir. Mr. Jazeb is the Chief Operations Officer of Tintash, a Pakistani-based software service company with a global clientele. He has managed product development efforts for clients like Sesame Workshop, BBC, Houghton Mifflin, and Carnegie Mellon University. He has also been an adjunct professor at LUMS, launching a new course, Innovation in Education. He consults for several edtech and online learning ventures and has been active as journalist and mentor for students and entrepreneurs. He has a BS in Electrical Engineering from Stanford and an MBA from LUMS and an EdMN in Technology Innovation Education from Harvard. Our honorable panelists for today are Mr. Furqan Kidwai, Mr. Fareed Haq, Mr. Tehsir Ali, Ms. Muniza Butt, and Mr. Cheng Ziang. Now I would like to request Mr. Jazeb Zahir to please join us on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Jazib Zahir, and as I've been introduced, I work in the software tech industry, and I have a lot of interest in edtech in general. I'm moderating this panel on behalf of Beacon House, which is focusing on the metaverse and its impact on the economy. And it's really exciting to be here as part of this initiative and to get a chance to introduce you to so many amazing speakers whose work is relevant to the metaverse. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to invite the panelists onto the stage. I'd like to mention their names, a little bit about them as they come up to the stage. We have Mr. Fareed Haq, who is going to be joining us virtually. We have Ms. Muniza Butt. We have Mr. Tehsir Ali. We have Mr. Furqan Kidwai. And we have a student here, Mr. Chen Ziang. So I'd love to invite them all to stage. Please come and join us. The exciting thing about this panel is we have people from all backgrounds and all walks of life. We have entrepreneurs, we have investors, we have students, we have people who have really worked through the entire value chain of industry. And that's why they're here to be able to share such exciting perspectives with us in related to the metaverse. So let me give you a brief introduction to everyone involved. Mr. Fareed Haq is joining us virtually from London. Mr. Fareed Haq has really worked in every segment of industry. He's been an engineer, he's been a consultant, he is now working as an investor, and he's working as a deep tech investor with a firm Intima.ai. And we're really excited about how he brings that perspective of someone in industry and investment and how it impacts the metaverse. We have with us Ms. Muniza Butt. She is a partner in KPMG Pakistan, which you all must recognize as one of the leading accounting and management consulting firms. She is the first lady partner in such a firm in Pakistan, and she's very deeply involved in improving diversity in industry and getting more women involved in such professions. I also have with me Mr. Tehsir Ali. Mr. Tehsir Ali also brings a fascinating background to the mix. He is the CFO of SadaPay, which many of you will recognize as one of the leading fintech firms in Pakistan. They have amazing partnerships with companies like MasterCard and are involved in some very cutting-edge fintech work. He's a chartered accountant by training, and he is kind of one of the revolutionary people in startups in general and fintech in particular. And he also has a lot of exposure to working in all forms of consulting and finance, both in Pakistan and abroad. Next, I have Mr. Furqan Kidwai. Mr. Furqan Kidwai also brings to us a very strong academic and industrial background. He is currently founder and CEO of Dawai. And Dawai, again, you'll recognize Dawai.pk as one of the cutting-edge startups in Pakistan, which deals in digital health. And he's particularly involved in making sure that all forms of medicine are provided in a convenient and affordable way to Pakistanis online. And he's worked pretty much all over the world, in the US, in the UK, in all kinds of financial, technical, managerial roles. And he's also been involved in the board at Imperial College. And he studied engineering, international relations, and applied mathematics at different stages in the United Kingdom. And finally, we have a student of our own from Beacon House, Chen Jiang. He is currently a student in the IB DP program, TNS Beacon House. He is taking science subjects, also very interested in economics, and is very interested in a related future career. He's very active in Model UN, and we're really excited to see what perspective he brings as a student who is thinking about the implications of the metaverse for what he does. One final thing I really want to emphasize about our panelists is their connection with Beacon House. Both Tehsir and Furqan are alums of Beacon House at different stages, and Chen is a current student. With that, let me switch to our current topic, and let's get down to talking about the metaverse. The metaverse is one of the emerging concepts in the technical world. Everybody's talking about it. People have lots of different interpretations of what really it is, but everyone's excited about what it can achieve. So people are thinking about it from the perspective of entrepreneurs, from the perspective of investors. There's a lot to discuss, there's a lot to unpack, there's a lot to parse. And the reason we're having this session is so we can bring you lots of disparate perspectives on what it is and why it should matter. And what we're hoping is that you come away from this session with an enhanced understanding of what the metaverse can be and how you might get involved. So without further ado, I want to start passing things on to our panelists. And I think the first question I'm going to throw at all of them really is, what does the metaverse mean to you? How do you interpret it? What's exciting about it? Once we see the 5 different perspectives on it, I think we'll all start to understand how complex and exciting it is. So I'll give the first chance to Mr. Fareed. We'd love to hear from you virtually on how you interpret the metaverse and why you're excited about the metaverse. Go ahead, Mr. Fareed.
First of all, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope everybody can hear me okay. I'm just gonna.
We can't hear you. Might be muted. So
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Perfect. Every tech conference has to start with some technical issues, right? So there we go. We've got that out of the way. So Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I think just in brief, I just want to share with you my understanding of the metaverse. And I've actually been in it for a terribly long time. And I think that it's only now becoming something that is far more popular. And I say I've been in it, but I've been in a particular version of it. And the version I'm going to tell you about is a closed version of the metaverse. So there's many different types of metaverses. I'm sure that some of the other panelists will talk about their definitions. But for me, the metaverse is really what I would describe as a persistent, shared virtual environment where with its own economy and identity systems that allow for a shared experience. So I'll stop with that as a definition. And if I can go back to what I said earlier around being in it for a long time, there's one particular closed metaverse called Roblox, which Roblox is a gaming system, and often many things start as a gaming use case. I know there's certainly a lot of great AI research has come off of gaming use cases, but that's been going for many, many years, over a decade. They hit 100 million users back in 2019. So that's the one where I've had the most experience of actually being in for the longest time. And I'm really looking forward to hearing other people's experiences with the metaverses they've been involved with. So I'll pass it back over to you guys.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to give the same opportunity to Ms. Maniza to share with her thoughts about the metaverse.
Yes, Jazib, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and I must congratulate the organizers for organizing such a fabulous conference. Coming to your question about the metaverse, Jazib, I feel for Facebook to change its name to Meta, it's very symbolic about what one of the tech companies is thinking about the future of digital interactions. So that speaks volumes itself. And there's a lot of talk about the metaverse, though I feel the concept is not so full-fledged, it's not so developed as yet. And the talk is, I think, because the physical world and the online world and the demarcation lines are blurring every day. We feel that the demarcation between the two worlds is blurring, and it's getting like diminishing. So naturally, because of that, people are very excited. They want to know more about the metaverse. I feel it is like a future digital internet that we all are going to be in. It's going to be a parallel, I would say, universe as compared to where we are physically, stationed. So, that is what my view is. I'd pass it on to the other panelists now.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to give the same opportunity to Tesir.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm really grateful that I'm here. Naturally, I've been connected to Beacon House for a very long time of my life. So in terms of metaverse, for me, metaverse is just another augmentation of human experience, which will eventually have its own economy. It already has its own sort of a world within itself. And for example, one of the key examples that I just thought of when I walked in was the virtual experience that it adds to a human life. The key example that I'm going to take is my wife's example, because she is here in the audience. She wasn't planning on attending this conference, but she did once she knew that Jeffrey Archer is going to be joining us virtually. Now, I can only imagine her happiness if Jeffrey Archer was to join maybe in a hologram phase, or she can sometime, interact with avatars of her favorite writers. So for me, it's just an augmentation of the human experience. And as Fareed said, it will eventually have its own ecosystem. It will have its own economy. And that's where, from my side, financial services comes into play. And that's from my aspect, there's a business opportunity that can be tapped into. Pakistan is positioned in where Pakistan can actually take a lot of advantage of developing itself to report to or sort of serve that metaverse requirements in the future. So that's what my thoughts are.
Thank you so much, Tesir. Now I'd like to hear the same from Furqan.
Thank you. So I think it's a very interesting question. I frankly did not think about it until I came here. My understanding of metaverse, in my opinion, I think it's more about increasingly making the duality between the physical and digital world more murky. I think that's what it is. Right now, someone is online doing something online, right? The other one, no, I'm playing with my friends offline. Right? That's it. There's two complete different, distinct worlds. I think going forward with all the technologies involved, be it virtual reality, augmented reality, and whatnot, can actually that line between the two be murky? Can my kids playing football in a backyard have the cousins join in from Australia and play together? I think that is where the world is heading. I don't know how, when, if is going to evolve. But one thing is certain, when in 1993, when internet started, there's a Newsweek article which basically said that it's too far out. It's actually not something worth considering, right? So I think that's where, if we take something from that learning, I think this will increasingly become a reality, which may not sound too closer to home at the moment. That's my understanding.
Thank you so much, Furqan. And I'd like to hear from Chen now.
Thank you, Mr. Jazid. For me, as my perspective, I do feel that metaverse is a product that comes out from the natural evolution of internet. Just as how we see that the laptop started to evolve to the mobile, and we do also feel that the metaverse is actually a product of the natural evolution of the internet. And so by the nature of the internet, it's actually something that will get very closely to our life in the near future. And yeah, that's my perspective.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chen, and everyone. So we've heard about Roblox, we've heard about Meta, we've heard about specific use cases, we've heard about duality, augmentation. Your first thought is probably that there's a lot of complexity here, and let's try to unpack that over the next 30 to 45 minutes. So we're going to go into some more precise questions, and we're going to get a chance to hear from multiple people on the panel for each question. So the first question I'm really going to go into at this point is, let's think from the perspective of an investor. The investor is looking for those best, biggest opportunities. But the investors always have some form of investment thesis. They're trying to figure out what is the best opportunity, why should I invest in this company? And I want to ask Fareed, from that perspective, he's been an investor, he's looked at lots of different industries. Is he excited about the metaverse from an investor perspective? And if so, how does he look at companies from an investment perspective? Is it very similar to the way he looks at other industries, or has he brought a fresh new perspective into how to invest in the metaverse? So over to you, Fareed.
Thanks so much. Hopefully everyone can hear me again. Can I get a thumbs up if you can? Yes?
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. I think even though I said that the metaverse has been around for a long time, and I'm going to give one other example before I go into the investor perspective. I don't know how many of you have heard of a company called Second Life. Is that something that people may have heard of? Second Life is something that's been around for a very long time also. It was created by a company called Linden Lab, and this is as far back as like 2003. They came up with, again, a virtual immersive world where people could have avatars, and then much like Furkan said, blurred the lines between real-time physical and digital interaction. So I remember I used to work for a company called Accenture. Many of you may have heard of it. And back in the day, we used to do some recruiting for very specific technologists in Second Life, because we found that a lot of them existed there. So there was a very clear use case for HR to say, okay, as a company, let's go in there, let's interact with those people, and let's try and see whether they are a good fit for the culture of the company and for what they want to achieve. Now, I'm giving you that example as sort of a prelude to what I'm about to talk about, which is use cases. And often investors have, there are many different kinds of investors. There are generalist investors and there are specialist investors. There are investors with a thematic focus. So as an example, there might be some that say, I only invest in the metaverse and I don't do anything else. And there are also people that have a thesis-driven approach to specific investment areas. So for example, somebody may say, I believe that machine learning is the future, and therefore I'm going to invest very heavily into machine learning startups. Now, and then finally, there's also a regional perspective for investors, where some investors may be investing all over the world. Others may be investing only in, let's say, Pakistan. So you may have some local VC funds that are investing just there. And the last thing I would say, just in terms of getting us all on the same page, is that you also have various different kinds of VCs. So when you say venture capital, it's not all venture capital firms are set up the same way, and nor do they come with the same background. So for example, you can have a CVC, which is a corporate venture capital unit, or you could have a commercial private VC, which is not linked to in any way, shape, or form to any corporation. So I think it's helpful to just understand that there is a myriad of perspectives, backgrounds, players, and structures available in the market. Now, what all of them are looking for, at least in venture capital, is huge returns. Venture capital is a portfolio game. And often what you're looking to do is you're looking to invest in a portfolio of companies. And in that portfolio, some of those companies will hopefully return the fund and then some. What does that mean? That could mean, and this is just hypothetical and theoretical, but if you have 100 companies, that means that maybe, let's say, for example, 70 of them don't have such great outcomes. Another, let's say 20 of them have mediocre outcomes. And in venture, even a 2-3 times could be a mediocre outcome. And then finally, a few of them, a small handful, have tremendous outcomes, which if your fund was 100 million and you returned, let's say, a billion, that is a fantastic return. So that's just giving you, again, some commercial perspective on VCs are not looking for lifestyle businesses. They're looking for outlier businesses that can return huge sums of money back to the fund, which then gives the money back to LPs, which are limited partners, people that invest in the funds. Now, coming specifically to the metaverse, it's very interesting because when you look at the metaverse, you can't invest in it as an amorphous blob, right? So you kind of have to look at, again, what particular components within the metaverse are you looking to invest in? So the first thing I said to you was that, hey, it's a shared, immersive, persistent virtual environment, probably 3D, and it has its own economy and identity systems, most likely. Now, if I go with that, and if I look at what our colleague from Sadape just mentioned as well around, let's say, payments, I personally think there's a huge opportunity, right, for payments, because anybody who's going to interact in the virtual world and potentially pay for something has to use some sort of payment mechanism, payment system. And often, if you think about the metaverse today, one of the definitions certainly includes that open metaverses are decentralized. And what that means is they often involve some level of use of crypto. Now, I know that many countries still have some ambiguity around the use of crypto. So not to start a controversy over whether there should be crypto in Pakistan or not, etc. But I'm just going to assume for a second that people will have access to be able to buy something like ETH, which is off of Ethereum and could be underpinning some of the metaverses. Now, there might be lots of terms here that you don't understand, but the simple way of thinking about it is when you go into an arcade as a kid and you buy a whole bunch of tokens, and then you can use those tokens to put them into the game slots. Well, that's exactly what they're doing here, is that they're buying a particular kind of currency that can then be used within a particular system or environment. So payments is a really attractive space for a lot of people. That's one. The other one I'd love to share is, and these are, look, this is my perspective. I'm sure that lots of investors have, their own perspectives on what is interesting within the metaverse. I also think that there's the growing use of, and I'm sure, again, later on, people will talk about the different kinds of engines that exist within a metaverse. One of them is a physics engine that actually allows things to behave like real world physics would. So for example, if you hit something, that thing would move. So similar to physics engines, you also have something now, which is new, called an AI engine. Now, why is an artificial intelligence engine important for the metaverse potentially? Because of something called NPCs, non-player characters. So if you're playing a game, now imagine, sure, you might be surrounded by lots of other real people, but the reality is most games also have NPCs, non-player characters that move around. Now those players can be smart or dumb. The AI engines give them intelligence and allow them to be more interesting, probably retain users longer, make it more interesting. So as an investor, I think a lot of us, especially in the deep tech space, who are AI investors, like our fund Intema is, we are very interested in the use of AI engines within the metaverse and a gaming context. And the final one I'll just leave you with is more about form factor, in my opinion. And we mentioned that it could be 3D. In fact, Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games, often uses the words to say it's a real-time 3D social media where people can create and engage in shared experiences. Now, if they are using 3D, then any technologies that enable that and make that more real suddenly become really interesting. I'll leave you with one last number. To date, at least these numbers are a little older, so I'm sure it's higher now. But by 2021, they had already had about close to $10.5 billion invested across metaverse gaming, augmented reality, and virtual worlds. So I hope that gives you a little flavor of what we look for, and I'll pass it back to the rest of the panel.
Thank you so much, Fareed. I think your points about the engines and currencies were really useful in understanding what's going on in the metaverse. I'm going to switch over to Muniza now, not just to build upon points that might have caught her attention from what Fareed said, But I'd specifically like her to also think about, given this is a new industry, a nascent industry, are the regulators ready? Given her background in compliance, accounting, legal standards, does she feel like regulations exist for the metaverse? And if not, what regulations should exist? How are people with her background thinking about it? Would love to hear from you, Manisa.
Yes, thank you, Janzir. So as I mentioned earlier, so there's no full-fledged metaverse as such, and there are no owners of the metaverse currently. And we have these tech companies who are providing portals and gateways to the metaverse. So we have these companies, for example, I read somewhere that Meta has invested around 10 billion in the metaverse, and we have like Walmart and some other company also, where they are protecting their trademarks for the virtual version of their products. Now, when we talk about these big companies, they're more geared towards their financial dominance in this new metaverse economy. But at the same time, this gives rise to issues like, these unchallenged monopoly practices will give rise to concentration of wealth, and it also gives them a first mover advantage, which would naturally affect the startups and the smaller companies, basically. So, we need to have some form of regulation at the inception so that it is like, an equitable ground for everybody and all the players to come in. Now, regulations for metaverse remain to be a challenge because naturally the concept is not so clear currently. And, we need to like see how the government and the international organizations and as well as the private sector, they can set up a regulatory structure. But at the same time, I believe that the regulator basically has to be independent of the government, because there can be capital surveillism where you can like have people making profit because of the data that they are privy to. So we need to see that also. And a very important aspect I feel is that the regulators or the policy makers need to have more understanding of technology. So we have these policymakers who are not so conversant with what the technology is all about today. So they need to have a more proactive approach to understand what are the aspirations of these technology companies, so that they can build in the regulations at the time when the idea is like floated about, and at the inception stage only. So currently, I believe in the metaverse, we were talking about the non-fungible tokens. Since there is no regulation as such, so they are like, subjected to the traditional forms of financial methodologies, like the traditional regulations that they have for currencies, for banking and all. So for example, like the non-fungible token, the value that it creates or when it is exchanged, so it basically characterizes an investment contract, so it comes under the purview of Securities Act and all. So but that really needs to be like remodeled to the metaverse economy, and that this is an area which regulators need to really look into, and then have applicable policies in place. And another thing I think, which I feel, is that since the regulation is not evolving at the pace of technology, so there's a lack of supervision, which can be very concerning, because there is no real money that we're talking about in the metaverse. We're talking about like non-fungible tokens, we're talking about like the Fortnite has V-Bucks. So they may be stored in an account or in a wallet, online, but there is no government-backed protection for loss or for fraud. And even for the, like if you own a piece of land virtually in the virtual world, so that carries a value, but there are no policies for like refund, customer protection policies. These are all the areas where I believe that, the regulators need to just gear up and come into action.
Thank you so much, Manisa. I think from you, we've understood that regulation in the metaverse is really a work in progress. And we need to figure out who owns what and how the different channels work and how banks need to contribute. I'd now like to give an opportunity to Tehsil. We've heard about some indications that financial transactions might be a very exciting opportunity in the metaverse. So I'd love to hear from him as someone who's innovating in fintech. Where are the opportunities in fintech in the metaverse? Where are the challenges? And where would you like to see things go? And where do you expect things to go? Go ahead, Tehsil.
Well, that's actually a very interesting question, and I hope I can cover all aspects of that question. Now, the thing is that let's start from the beginning what metaverse actually is. And it's a collection of different worlds which is based around enhancing your digital experience. Now, Freed talked about Sandbox, which is basically this world that was developed around 20 years ago. And people do actually have virtual lives in that platform, and they are creating value. And when you say creating value, that automatically means that you should be able to transfer your value from one world to another world. If you have created an avatar in one world, you should be able to use that avatar in the other world. So that transfer of value then gives birth to financial services. Muniza talked about NFTs, Fareed touched about NFTs as well. That is also an exchange of value. And that value needs to be transacted through a mechanism. That's where fintechs have a big role to play. One of the key things about metaverse is going to be how people will transact, and that is going to be the virtual currency that they have. For example, I mean, we know of this cryptocurrency. We have Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all other coins that are available. Fintechs right now, as Muniza again mentioned, are somewhat bound by the lack of regulation around that. So as a result, they cannot really freely transact in that manner. But once the regulators around different geographical areas have figured out how to regulate that space, that's an automatic inroad for fintechs to get into the act on metaverse. That's one of the key. Well, it's an opportunity and a challenge as well, because most of the fintechs would have to prepare themselves to get into that exchange mode. Other than that, as the value creation happens within the metaverse itself, for example, the gaming world, where the immersive gaming experience right now in 2021, people spend about $5 billion dollars for that. So you can see the sort of potential that gaming world already has. Now, what it means for Pakistan, because I would like to sort of circle it back from fintechs to Pakistan, is we have a very big freelancer base over here, and these freelancers are working in tech. Now, these tech people need to position themselves that they are able to serve the demand of the future. For example, India did that 20 years ago, and you see India right now occupying the tech space globally. So we can take that head start now, get involved in metaverse that is going to be around 10 trillion or 13 trillion. Some estimates are 10 trillion, some estimates are dollars 13 trillion worth economy in itself in 10 years time. So we can position ourselves better, we can regulate better. Fintechs are a necessity for metaverse, and metaverse is a very good option for fintechs to move into. That's a completely different venue, a different tangent to where we are, and holds immense value and business propositions for everyone concerned. So, I mean, that's what I would say.
Thank you, Tasir. It sounds like there are lots of really exciting opportunities in fintech and transactions, almost as if the metaverse and the innovations in fintech are kind of converging onto some really neat opportunities, which will create both opportunities and challenges in different ways. I'd like to shift to Furqan now and take the angle that he's with a startup and a venture that is very consumer focused, the Y.PK. And I'd love to hear from him both sides of the coin. That how do you see companies interacting with consumers through the metaverse? And by the same token, how do you see consumers getting involved in the metaverse? Now, it's very complex to reach consumers, and it's very complex for consumers to figure out what they want. Does the metaverse change that? Does it make it better? From his vantage point, what are things looking like? So go ahead, Furqan.
Great, thanks. So I think there are a very interesting question around do consumers need that, right? I think there are two aspects to things. One is consumers need something, and you try to make it as frictionless as possible, right? I think if you look at the global technology space, generally speaking, be it social network, be it e-commerce, and if you go back 25, 30 years in time, was it a need? No one would have said, I can do certain thing better, right? No one would have thought, oh, I need a car to go from one place to another 100 years ago. It just so happened, there was innovation that happened, and it actually hit the nerve where people said, you know what, wow, that makes my life easier. So I think first aspect is that. Now, the reality is, and I think probably not in our generation, for like 10, 15, 20 years, as the world goes by, there's increasingly more usage of technologies, I would say, that's pretty much driven by mobile of people now, by people. Now, what people do today with mobile, they certainly would like to do a lot more with that. Right? So now, for example, if we take now, let's take the example of retail particularly. If you want to buy something today, what do? Either you go online, you look at something, you just check out and buy and hope it's going to get delivered. Now, if from statistically, in the garments and textile world, there's a very high return rate of people buying clothing online, for example. And the research done by Accenture about, I think, 2-3 years ago, 70% of those return rates were driven by the fact that the size did not match, or people felt it doesn't like suit them the way they thought it would look at it. Now, can that be improved with metaverse? Certainly. Can there be augmented reality where people, when shopping online, they can actually see either through the meta twin or whatever that avatar which looks like them, they can feel they've tried that shirt on. And so the return rate of that is going to drastically come down, right? That's one aspect. Can you actually see that size medium fits me or not, right? Can the thing that the meta, certainly if you are online with certain cameras around, and this all, you see, this is the technologies that need to be developed. I think there's a question is coming about startups. Like I want to link it that how people should think about for getting into this space, right? If there's enough, and I think smart technology out there on my laptop, on my mobile phone, which can actually measure me and put a shirt on me, and I can try virtually, well, look, the shirt looks good on me, I think I'm less likely to return that aspect. So I think that will make the friction increasingly lesser. I am more likely to buy from that particular brand which is doing that because it just makes my life a lot more easier. I think and I think similar use cases could be done not just in retail, but in I think a lot more of industries. Healthcare, something that I know a bit more about. I think a lot of people right now, if you take the example of Dawai, right? People they come onto our app and they come in thousands and they actually just place an order. And they're hoping we'll deliver to them in time. Some we do, some we don't, right? Now people are just living in dark. And there's no way for us right now, other than calling them up, sending SMS, them calling us. And it's like a very typical traditional way. Will Chen and his friends and people who are 5 years younger than him would like that? Certainly, I don't like anyone calling me and saying, sir, your order is being shipped right now. I say, just text me. So I think the next generation wouldn't even want to have the text, right? Now, this made me think just right now about my own business, right? Is it possible that when you are coming to actually buy medicines from us, there's actually a pharmacy on your mobile, and you feel like you went to a pharmacist at the back, the pharmacist reads your prescription, dispenses things, and it actually shows that it's been dispensed and it's been packed and is given to the rider, right, for delivery. At least that aspect is now clear. My thing has been done. We don't have the technology to do so, right? But that's certainly one way where you are more likely to shop from us than anywhere else because you'll feel, it's literally a very similar experience to me walking into a normal pharmacy out here, buying and coming out. Right? Similarly, if I'm going for a physiotherapy session, I know the world's best physiotherapist, for example, for shoulder is actually in Tennessee in the US, right? I'm here. What do? Whether I travel all the way or I get the guy come over, right? If I can actually be in my own bed with cameras around me and that person, the therapist, actually in front and saying, turn your shoulder like this, turn this way. And then at the end of it, I may not feel any difference because the reality is anatomy is not going to just change because of metaverse or AR or VR for that. But the cameras tell me at the end of the session, your injury actually is improved by 3%. I may not notice that. 3% is not going to make any difference. But when I find out in that session with the world's best expert from a house in Gulberg, that actually, I didn't have to travel, I saved money, and my thing has improved 3%. So I need 5 more sessions. By the end of it, I'll go. I'm more likely to come back again. And I think those are the real experiences which needs to be worked on. And I think that's where the meta and versus going to sort of evolve to, where the difference between digital and physical is going to get increasingly murkier. I think and given that happens, there'll be more users, be it consumers, businesses, enterprises, whatever. And when that happens, there'll be a transaction that needs to happen. So Tehsi's world is going to come into play, that there need to be a way where we can transact and pay this guy who's doing therapy for me from Tennessee, should be able to get money then and there into his account. And at that stage, when so many of these things are happening, Munisa will come in and make sure that the regulatory framework exists because no one is stealing money from somebody else. So that's how it ties in. But the first stage is, are we developing the technologies for that? That's where the startups come in. And once the technologies are developed and they actually make lives easier, Meta is going to take off. I think this is all futuristic. It feels like very Star Wars. I think many things we see today felt like Star Wars, right? I think 10 years ago. So I don't think the reality will be any different from this. Will we see in our lifetime? More likely than not, yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Furqan. I think your points about the different use cases, reducing friction, reducing return rates, they're all very fascinating. And you really thought through kind of the steps involved, from the technology to the regulations to the use cases involved. But based on all that, I want to take a step back and start thinking about this from the learning perspective. So I'm going to give an opportunity to Chen here. I want to hear from him. You're a student, you're at the cusp of your career, you hear a lot about the metaverse. You're thinking about, what am I going to study? It sounds like you're interested in science, you're interested in economics and business. But from a student perspective, how is the metaverse significant to your journey ahead? Do you see yourself working in the metaverse? What are your questions about the metaverse? What are your fears? How do you think it will impact the years for you ahead? So we'd love to hear from you, Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Jazid. So on my perspective as a student, I firstly really concerned about that how metaverse will really interact with us in the future, especially in the sphere of education. And right, and when we think about that, we really want to look in that how does the education of the status quo changes after the metaverse comes in, right? So, for example, the two main areas that we might be concerned about are the curriculums and facilities. How will the facilities and the curriculum changes after the metaverse comes in, right? Actually, we do have a direct image of how that looks like. When the COVID actually started, I believe most of the teachers in Beacon House and TNS have a big crush on them because they started to force themselves to adapt into the online teaching module, which is the Google Classroom, which is the Zoom meetings, right? So that is basically how internet walks into our education. It changes our curriculum, it changes our facility, right? But when metaverse comes in, it's a different change, right? How will we expect that change? So I believe many of you guys might have heard about the metaverse classroom, right? It's something more immersive. It's just like a Zoom classroom meeting, but then you can be a real character in the metaverse classroom, and the whole teaching is more immersive. You can have students from all across the world, and you can actually interact with them in this kind of a parallel world, right? And actually, on the other hand, as a STEM student myself, I'm more interested in how metaverse will perhaps help me to better understand the concept of STEM, because you see that in metaverse, it's more easy for you to build up these kind of science modules and actually help you to better observe this kind of science knowledges. And I believe when the metaverse comes in, it's more helpful for you students to actually understand this kind of STEM concepts. For example, a concept and topic in physics might take us a month to study, but then maybe in the introduction of the metaverse, it will reduce the teaching time perhaps to half a month, right? So that might be something we'll be looking for.
Thank you, Chen. It's really exciting to hear that students are thinking about how the metaverse will impact them and kind of planning ahead to think about how it might affect the way they learn and how they plan out their education. So I'd like to kind of make that question a little broader to make it relevant to all our panelists. We're all lifelong learners, and the metaverse is just about starting. There are a lot of things we need to learn about it. There are lots of unanswered questions. And I'd like to hear from the rest of our panel, thinking from a student and learning perspective, what's exciting to you about the metaverse from the point of view of unanswered questions? What do you want to research? What should academia be looking at that makes you feel the metaverse can be made more productive? And I'd like to maybe give Maniza the opportunity to share with her thoughts about what are the unanswered questions of the metaverse and what she'd like to explore.
Yes, so Jazib, when I started off, I remember with KPMG, we used to have these, big, huge box files that we used to put all our documentation into and used to file over there. And then now, if you see our files, it's all paperless. We've moved to a paperless environment. Our auditing software is all automated and all. So we've come a long way, and now we talk about the metaverse. Imagine, so where we are going, ahead. But as Furqan, I think said, not in our lifetime, maybe in the next generation. And they also call it the next generation of internet, basically. But what is required is a universal world which is interconnected with each other, like the internet. So till that does not happen, I think the metaverse will not take off. And I feel like, from my profession, yes, it's going to be exciting in the future, because when you are connected, because we have offices in 42 different countries of the world, and we have a lot of global clients who are located at different locations. So in the metaverse, imagine if you're all connected in an online real time, virtual world. So that is something that would really be very, ambitious, I would say, but at the same time, very exciting. So this is something that I would really look forward to, and I hope I am there to see it.
Thank you so much, Maniza. And I'd like to hear Fareed's perspective as well, because he's kind of scouring the market and seeing what are the exciting new opportunities. I'd love to hear from him. What is he seeing at the academic research level, or what he thinks should be researched, so that we can kind of expand our understanding and application of the metaverse. So Fareed, we'd love to hear from you in that context.
Thanks so much. I think the most exciting thing that's happening right now in the research arena when it comes to metaverse is, and I'm going to specifically talk about Web3 as one particular stack of the metaverse, which is for the open metaverse. So I talked about closed metaverses, for example, like Roblox, which are, I say it's a closed metaverse because it's owned by one country, it's a company, it's centralized, it's not open quite in the way that a lot of futurists think of the metaverse being open in the going forward. So if I think about Web3 and I think about this particular kind of organization that's emerged, and I'd love, if there's any one thing I'd love for all of you to walk away with today, is understanding what a DAO is. A DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. And the best simplified explanation I can give you of that organization is, think of it as a Facebook group with a bank account and governance rights, allowing people to vote for things. So now, if you fast forward and you think about research, what are traditionally people that have decided or commissioned research or backed? So for example, I went to the University of Toronto. I was doing, for my thesis, I was studying biofuels and next generation feedstocks, which means using particular things to generate methane and then using methane to power something. Now, who decided that that was going to be researched? Somebody did. Either it's industry paying for it, or it's a sponsor, somebody who's a commissioner. Now, in the future, what we'd love to see is more obscure research, possibly, which could have big impact. And the best example would probably be Moderna and the whole mRNA thing, right? It wasn't like this is new. It had been around for a while. It just got used in a particular way and it changed the world. Now, in research, there is a particular DAO that has emerged. And I want you all to, when you get a chance, look at something called Molecule DAO. And what they're doing is they're allowing participants in the DAO, and participants can be any one of us who decide to participate in that, to actually back particular projects and research on longevity, on various things. So if you're a student and if you're studying and if you are, or if you're conducting research, how powerful is that? That suddenly you can leverage a global crowd to back your research. So I think for me, it's about enablement and making sure that you have access to capital, because it's so important. I mean, very little is possible without capital, right? And while a lot of research organizations have money, if you want to do research outside of the confines of the centralized thinking, it's very difficult. So this is allowing for that to open. Almost think of it as a Web3 version of Kickstarter, just for research and development. So that's my, I guess that's just a penny for your thoughts around research and the opportunity there when it comes to the metaverse and Web3.
Thank you so much, Fareed, for kind of bringing us into some of the technicalities that you're looking at from the perspective of an investor. We're getting some great questions from the audience, and I'm going to be sharing some of those with our panelists. So one of the questions is, how ready is Pakistan for the meta economy? And I think we can look at this a little more broadly in terms of what conversations are really happening on the ground for people working in startups in Pakistan, thinking about the metaverse. Are people aware of it? What opportunities are they looking at? Is the ecosystem ready for it? So I think this is something we can get input from both Tehsir and Furqan on. So why don't we start with Tehsir?
So, yes, the answer, can you guys hear me? Is mic on? Hello? Okay. So, how ready is Pakistan? Well, the answer is yes, it's very ready. No, it's not ready at all. Yes, it's very ready because we have the right set of people working on it. We have one of the largest freelancer markets in Pakistan. These freelancers predominantly work in the tech industry. So they are very relative and they are very up to date with what's happening in the industry and what's happening in the world, number one. Secondly, from a Pakistani perspective, these tech guys are a source of revenue for us. So dollars coming in, and everyone knows about the Pakistani economic situation right now. For me as a startup, we have a lot of young people working for us, and every single person of them is extremely interested in Bitcoin. We have a full-fledged channel on our workboard where all which is discussed is Bitcoin and how the cryptos are performing. So Pakistan, with its young population, which happens to be around 55% of the population happens to be young, is very ready to adopt to serve the meta economy and the metaverse. However, where we are lacking, where I say no, we are not ready at all, that's the regulatory bit. We haven't been able to decipher what meta economy, metaverse, and cryptocurrency would mean for us as a country. And that's where we are lagging. Just to give you some more perspective on it, all the third world countries, because of the way their rupee or their currency depreciates, so if you look at Nigeria, Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, these are the countries which have invested highly in cryptocurrencies as well. So one of the top cryptocurrency investors happen to be from these third world countries. So individually, collectively, we are extremely ready to adopt to and serve this new genre of economy that we are building, which is parallel to this real world. But from a regulatory perspective, no, we are not ready for that. There's one thing I want to add is as far as learning is concerned and your previous question. So what it has done is that it has prompted our younger population, a younger generation to learn about meta economy. I'm really happy that Beacon House took this initiative and introduced this conversation topic in this conference that they are holding. Unfortunately, I haven't seen this topic being discussed elsewhere or in other schools, and this is something that we need to be cognizant of, and we should introduce this discussion at a greater length with a greater audience.
Thank you so much, Tasir. And I'd love to hear from Furqan as well on what are the conversations about metaverse on the ground and how prepared he sees Pakistan for it, or what Pakistan needs to do.
Thanks, Jazib. So I'll take the liberty to be a little controversial here, right? I think Pakistan as a country is not ready for most things, frankly speaking, right? And this pretty much is reflected in the fact that the mess we are in around the world. Right? Now, do we have enough consumers to be using metaverse? Surely there are. WhatsApp was built somewhere much further away from here. Everyone across the economic strata is using it, right? They can't live without that. WhatsApp goes down, the world shuts down literally in Pakistan. Will WhatsApp start charging 50 cents tomorrow? All of us will be paying, right? No matter what economic strata we come from. We will be the best consumer economy for that, shipping out money from here, right? So that's one Pakistan is ready to use. Yes, we are ready to be consumers like we are, which only takes the country down because we don't produce anything, right? So now, are we ready? Where is the opportunity for Pakistan? Let's be positive about things, right? Where's the opportunity for Pakistan in the metaverse, right? It is a very evolving field, metaverse, right? The use cases are yet to be evolved. What we spoke about earlier are hypothetical things which may or may not happen, but more likely to happen than not, right? Now, can we be, and here's a chance, right? We can't be inventors of internet. Can we be a major inventor? I think is a bit too far. Can we actually major contributor to the metaverse, right? Or the meta world by being builders, by actually building things which will be a significant part of the meta economy going forward? If we think that meta is going to the future, which I think we all tend to agree that it is going to be, then can Pakistan as a country be a significant contributor? And the only way to do that is actually to something like what Beacon House is doing right now with the younger people like Chen and his friends, to be able to educate the younger lot to be able to think through. We don't need software development. We were having this conversation earlier on with Tasir, and I know it's not very popular thing to say. We don't necessarily need software developers, right? Software development is like being a mechanic now at this stage. Everyone can become, as coding is becoming, there's a no code is a big movement where people can actually write software without actually coding it out. You need people who actually understand the science, who understand the logic, they understand the math behind it. And I think that can't be taught much later in life. That education system needs to be such that the kids are learning to think through stuff. Can they break a big problem into small problems and then solve step by step, rather than getting overwhelmed by, oh, okay, how can I build this whole, right? How about thinking about what is the first brick is going to look like? Can I actually make that first brick? And that thinking process needs to be inculcated at the very, very early stages of the education system. I think if someone is to really think about Pakistan's contribution to the meta economy, I think we are not ready. There's an opportunity to be ready about it, and I think that's the role where the education system can play to develop that younger audience. The next 4, 5, 6 years, when they go to university, they're able to think, and when they whatever they study, they actually can start thinking about applications and developing those things, be it biology, chemistry, computer science, building new computers, building new chips for those. That I think is an opportunity. Otherwise, we'll be just be consumer. Yes, if metaverse becomes a reality tomorrow, all of us will be consuming, no doubt about that, right?
Thank you so much, Furqan. I think you really made us think through some of the building blocks that go into understanding the metaverse. Another question we have from the audience: will the metaverse increase employability? And how will the future workforce prepare itself for it? So this is kind of taking a macro picture on how it affects the economy. And I'd love to give a chance to anyone who'd like to take a stab at it, anyone who has some thoughts they'd like to share on our panel.
I just want to add one thing over here, that please know that the jobs of the future that metaverse would create, we don't even know about that right now. That is the big mystery that we have. The sort of jobs metaverse will have for us, we're not even preparing ourselves for that, number one, and we don't even know about that. Those jobs do not exist right now. That's the big mystery, and we will all find it out on this journey that we are on discovering what metaverse is. Whether we'll have increased employability, that's another question that we'll find out once we get to that point. Maybe some of our jobs will become redundant. I'm a CFO of Sada Bay. I don't know, maybe they don't need a CFO in the future unless the AI can make those decisions for them. That is something that needs to be discovered. Do we need doctors in the future? Because if an AI program can carry out a surgery, do we really need that? So we don't know that. And this is something that we need to start thinking about, where the extent lies. But unfortunately, in my opinion, right now, we simply cannot identify where it's going to end or what the possibilities could be.
I think I'd love to very quickly just talk about the opportunity now, and I think for Pakistan now there is a huge opportunity. The entire metaverse is underpinned by something that we call the creator economy, and I think other panelists have already talked about the fact that we are great consumers. I think that Pakistanis can also be incredible creators. Now, I said could be. It's underpinned by the need for education around certain things. Now, some of those things include, for example, teaching people how to code, not just code on particular stacks, but if I were to take Roblox, which is they paid out $500 million in 2021 to their creators. So that means people that were going into Roblox creating games and then allowing other players to come in and play those games were making $500 million last year. Now, I have spoken to some of those kids who are 14, 15, 16 years old that have made more than $500,000 each. It's incredible. So why couldn't those kids be in Pakistan? They 100% could be. But the biggest problem and challenge, I think, or the gap is the understanding or the ability for educational institutions to prepare those kids for the jobs of today, forget tomorrow. So, can you teach kids, for example, how to design for Roblox or any other metaverse that exists? Can you teach them how to code in Lua, which is the programming language that's specific to Roblox? And guys, I'm not paid by Roblox, but I use it as an example because my kids use it a lot. And I end up paying a lot of money to my kids who want to buy those little tokens called Robux to play in it. So it's just food for thought for the rest of the audience and also for the educators who are listening and watching this, which is, why don't we grab the bull by the horn? Why don't we start to create groups of people? And I know that Jazeb, you have Tintash is an amazing example of what is possible in Pakistan. You guys have made an incredible gaming organization. But how can we make 4,000 Tintashes in Pakistan? We've got to dream bigger, right? And I think that that's what's missing. But hopefully, platforms like what you're doing today will allow us to open up our minds, think about this, and hopefully, when people go back home, they're like, okay, how difficult is it for me to create something on Roblox or any of these other environments? What do I have to learn? What skills do I need? And the biggest fallacy in this whole space is that you have to be technical to actually be successful in it. You do not. You can absolutely hire technical people. You could design the game. You could write the copy for a game. You could write. So I'm not saying that everything has to do with a game, but I'm just giving you a specific use case, which is big, it's large, it's growing, and therefore Pakistanis could jump on that bandwagon and, as a fantastic community of freelancers, service a lot of what's going on both outside the world and hopefully eventually in Pakistan too. So just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you so much, Fareed. I
And
think
Jazzy, if I could add regarding the employability, I have my 2 cents on it. What I feel basically is like, as long as there are humans in this world, I feel that necessity is the mother of invention, right? The jobs may not exist in the nature and form that they are doing right now, but they will evolve basically. So to say that, their jobs will not be there, I think that's not a right aspect, because we've come such a long way from like, where we started and where we are right now. So I feel like, the jobs will evolve, and it's not about employability. The people will start thinking on different terms, and different employment opportunities will arise then. So this is what I feel.
that's exactly the optimistic note I'd like to bring us to a conclusion on. On behalf of Beacon House, I want to thank Fareed, I want to thank Furqan, Tesir, Muniza, Chen. They've all been wonderful panelists here. I want to thank everyone in our audience for participating in the SOT Edition 15, Guardians of the Future. Please do share your feedback. You'll be receiving an email about that. Do visit the exclusive art and tech exhibits you might have seen outside. There are lots of immersive, great experiences out there. And we do want to thank our lead sponsor, UBL, for its continued support. I also want to remind you, lots of other great sessions today and tomorrow. Please do attend them in whatever form you can, especially lots of sessions related to EdTech and even the metaverse. You'll find lots of very similar panels sharing different perspectives. And my final note is really, I'm glad we could bring together lots of different perspectives, and hopefully you've got some idea of what the hype about the metaverse is all about, and more importantly, you feel better qualified to pass your opinion on it and think about how it matters to your life. And once again, thank you to everyone here. Thank you to our panelists. All the best. Thank you.